Right, Councillor Brockbank, we're live on YouTube, so we're ready to start the meeting whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Guy. So, good afternoon, members, officers and members of the public watching on YouTube. Welcome to today's Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Linda Brockbank. I'm Vice Chair of the committee, and in the absence of the Chairman, I'll be chairing today's meeting. The government COVID-19 regulations enable us to meet remotely so that we can adhere to government advice. This meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, and it will be archived for later viewing. This way of working is new to us and to all of us, so please do bear with us. Before I begin, we have had some late information from Planning Department this morning. Can I just check that everyone has had the opportunity to read the late information? If you haven't, I will delay the start of the meeting. Ms Davis, would you like to record that people have had chance to read their late information, please?
So what was the late information that we received? Because I haven't seen anything this morning.
There should have
checked my mail.
Okay, Councillor Brown, there should have been an email. If you check your emails, what time was it? In your inbox? I think it was from Andrea Muscroft.
Was this the one relating to the second item?
It's all three.
Right, I haven't seen that and I can't check the mail without leaving the meeting.
Right, okay, let me just check my inbox.
Chair, just to clarify, I think it was 7:52 it was sent, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Was it from Andrea Muscroft?
No, it was from me, Chairman.
Oh, Vicky, thank you.
I did check my mail this morning, but for some reason I didn't see it.
Right, okay, I can't find it now. I've printed it out and for the meeting, so maybe I've deleted it. I've just printed out late information. Vicky, do you have a copy of it, please? Could you send a copy, email a copy to Councillor Brown, please, so that he can have sight of the late information?
Yes, I'll do it now, Chairman.
Could you do it to a different email? Because I can then come off Andy.Brown.
Is this all lowercase, Councillor? Yeah. Andy.Brown, yes.
1951.
Yes.
At Outlook.
Yeah.
.com.
Okay, I'll do that now.
If I could also come in, Chair, the information is all published on the council's website. So if you're able to toggle between the different screens, you've got the information from Andrea Muscroft. You've also got the minutes of the previous meeting as well. It's all on the council's website. It's available to view, or I could send a link to all members, but that's another option for members.
Okay. Whilst Councillor Brown is reading his late information, is there anybody else who has not seen the information, the late information? Please unmute yourself and let us know. Okay. Ms Davis, could you record then that it's just Councillor Brown who hasn't had opportunity, and we will give Councillor Brown chance to read his late information?
Yes, Chairman. I've sent it to him now.
Thank you.
It's arrived in my inbox. I'm just downloading it.
Councillor Pringle, you've got your hand up. Would you like to unmute yourself and then? Oh, you are. Oh, no, you're muted. Unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I did send you an email, and I don't know if you got it this morning, saying, please could you be 100% sure that all members have read what is called the latest highway report, the document dated the 1st of June, which was sent to us on Friday afternoon. It's a key document in all of this, and I would like you to check that everybody has read it, because this is the major part of what we're talking about today. And there's a fair chance, as it came after the deadline that we give people for late information, and it's a massively key document which wasn't even on Craven District Council's website earlier this morning. I think that we need to be absolutely clear whether members have seen it or not, please.
Thank you for that, Councillor Councillor Pringle. Yes, can we can I just ask, well, let people know that, let members know that there is some information that has been loaded onto the planning portal this morning for the Engine Shed Lane application regarding highways information. But we do have Mr. Paul Roberts here this afternoon to go through any information with us and answer any questions we have, but you may well want to refer to that information whilst Councillor Brown is trawling through his late information.
I've actually read that late report now, so it's fine by me to carry on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brown. Does anyone else need any more time to read the late information? No. Okay, right. I'll carry on with the meeting. Councillor Brown, could you mute yourself, please? Or I can mute you. If not, it's okay. I can mute you. Thank you. Everybody else is muting. Is muted. Right, so members, just some procedural points that we usually go through. Can you use the virtual hand button on your screen to indicate that you wish to speak and then wait to be asked? The reason for doing this, as we all know, but it's just a refresher, the reason for doing it is that if you wave your hand about, it's not always clear to the chair or to the host that you need to speak, you want to speak. So please raise your hand and it will show on the participants list. After speaking, would you please remember to turn off your virtual hand or to lower your virtual hand. Don't speak over one another. However, you may interrupt to make any procedural point of order. You may interrupt if you have arrived late to tell us that you are present, and that also applies if you are disconnected. It is up to you, it's your responsibility if you are disconnected to let the chair know and to let the meeting know that you haven't been able to hear the meeting or participate. We're going to conduct the meeting with everybody's microphones on mute, and please mute and unmute your own microphone before and after speaking. If you don't mute yourself, the moderator, which is Guy Close, will mute it for you to avoid background noise. And I do hope that we'll be able to run the meeting without a break. However, if we're not finished within a couple of hours, I'll call for a short comfort break. So moving on to the introductions. Our legal advisor today is Alex Strickland. Our planning officer for today's meeting is Neville Watson. Guy Close, the Democratic Services Manager, is here today to oversee and assist with the smooth running of the meeting. And I think he's already done a great job. Thank you, Guy, getting me unmuted. Our committee officer is Vicky Davis, who will be taking the minutes of today's meeting. Vicky will also take a roll call for the votes and read out any statements or representations. So now, can I ask our Democratic Services Officer, Ms Davies, to take a roll call of members present, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just go through then in alphabetical order. Obviously, I've got Councillor Sutcliffe, the chairman's given his apologies, as well as Councillor Heseltine. But if I could go through the rest, obviously you're in attendance, Chairman, but if I could start with Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Harbron. I'll come back to Councillor Harbron because I think he is trying to access the meeting at the moment. Councillor Liss.
Yes, present.
Councillor Morell.
Present.
Councillor Place.
Present.
Councillor Pringle.
Present.
Councillor Rose.
Present.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
Present.
Councillor Welsh.
Present.
Thank you. And we have substitute member Councillor Handley for Councillor Sutcliffe.
Present.
Thank you. So it's just Councillor Harbron. Is Councillor Harbron in attendance?
Seems to have disappeared.
Yes, okay. Right, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Davies. I have Alex Strickland, sorry, has put his hand up. Alex, do you want to unmute yourself and speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to remind members that they need to be present for the whole of the item before voting on it, just to ensure that matters are in order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Strickland. Would you like to lower your hand, please? Thank you. Right. Oh, Councillor Harbron has appeared. Ms Davies, would you like to take Councillor Harbron, speak to Councillor Harbron?
Hello, Councillor Harbron. I've just done a roll call of members attending. So for the record, could you just confirm that you're with us, please? You need to unmute yourself, Councillor Harbron.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for endurance, but I've managed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
So that completes the roll call. Thank you very much. So we now move on to the agenda, which, Ms Davies, could we have apologies for absence, please?
Yes, Chairman, we've got apologies from Councillor Sutcliffe and Councillor Heseltine, and Councillor Handley is substitute for Councillor Sutcliffe. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go on to item 2, which is confirmation of the minutes of the 14th of July. Could I have a proposer and seconder, please? Don't all shout at once.
Yes, please. I'd like to propose them.
I'll second them, Chairman.
Thank you. So that's Councillor Pringle has proposed and Councillor Harbron has seconded. Thank you very much for that. Are we all in agreement? Could I have a vote, please, to say we're all in agreement with the minutes?
I must abstain due to absence.
Thank you, Councillor Morell. Ms Davies, do you want to take? do you want to take a roll call on that, or is a show of hands good enough for you?
I think a show of hands is probably satisfactory, and obviously we've just noted for the record that Councillor Morell was abstaining because he wasn't at the last meeting. So if that was okay with you?
Yeah.
I wasn't also at the last meeting either.
Oh no, Councillor Handley. So yes. So are you happy with that, Chairman? Just to do it by a show of hands.
I wasn't there either. I wasn't there either, Chairman. I wasn't allowed access.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Welsh. Do you want me to do a roll call?
Just for the one. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Just there's not that many.
No. Okay. Right. There's yourself, Councillor Brockbank.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah.
Councillor Harbron.
Yes.
Councillor Heseltine's not with us. Councillor Liss.
Yes.
Councillor Morell, you're abstaining. Is that correct?
Correct.
Councillor Place.
Abstain. I was missing for part of the meeting.
Okay. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Pringle.
Councillor Pringle, he proposed it, so
yeah.
I
Okay,
presume
that's
it's
fine.
Yes.
Councillor Rose.
Yes.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
Yes.
And obviously Councillor Welsh. Are you abstaining, Councillor Welsh?
Yes, and also on the notes, it said I give me apologies for absence. I would have loved to give my apologies for absence, but I couldn't get connected.
Right, okay. Let me just count them up then. That's 7 for approval of the minutes, and we've got 3 abstentions. Thank you, Chairman.
Did we ask Councillor Liss? I'm sorry, I might have missed that.
Yes, I did, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much. Okay, moving on now to public participation. Ms Davies, has anyone asked to speak, a member of the public asked to speak to us today?
Not under item 3, Chairman. No, not to my knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just and that. So declarations of interest. Could I ask members, please, to declare any interest they have in any of the applications, the 3 applications that we are considering today? Okay, so there are no declarations then. Moving on to lobbying, has anyone been lobbied on, any members been lobbied on the 3 items that we have in front of us today?
Yes, I've been lobbied on the first item in both directions and on the second item against.
I've been lobbied on items 2 and 3 and both against. Thank you.
And Councillor Welsh, you have your hand up.
But I was lobbied previously by a fellow member of this planning committee, so I presume that counts as lobbying. I did mention it at the town to officers and never even had an answer. And the question was, if we are lobbied by fellow members, does that constitute lobbying? I'll take it that's as a yes. So yes, I have been, and that's against the first application.
Ms Davies, could you answer that question? Is that a question for you or a question for our solicitor?
Possibly, Alex. Thank you. But I have put it down as lobbying against, Chairman, for the engines shed lane item for Councillor Welsh.
Right.
Chair, just to be clear on that, if there's any doubt on it, it is advisable to declare it as lobbying, just for the record. The key point on all these matters members will be aware that they need to consider these matters with an open mind, regardless of any lobbying that has taken place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Strickland. So I have Councillor Shuttleworth. You have your hand up. Councillor Shuttleworth.
Yes, Chairman. I've been lobbied on the third item on Shires Lane MC. Against.
Thank you, Councillor Shuttleworth. I've made a note. Thank you.
Councillor Welsh, you just spoke. Is it just that you haven't lowered your hand? Is that what it is? Do you wish to speak again, or is it just you haven't lowered your hand? And Councillor Shuttleworth, your hand's still up. Could you lower your hand, please, if you don't wish to speak again?
Has mine gone down, Chair?
Yes, it has. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Liss, you have your hand up.
Chairman, mindful of what Mr Strickland has just said, I have been lobbied then by a fellow member of the committee. I would appreciate guidance on this, though. I think it's important. So I will declare that I've been lobbied against.
Is this for the first item, Councillor Liss?
Yeah, dreadfully sorry. Yes, it is the first item. Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Liss, could you lower your hand, please? I think I can do it for you, but Councillor Pringle, you have your hand up next.
Thank you. I'm the gentleman who apparently lobbied everybody. I am more than happy for it to be noted that I lobbied everybody. I would say that I lobbied everybody to make the point that I didn't have the information that we needed, rather than to object to the application. Because in the run-up to this meeting, we have not had the information that we needed, and it was concerning me that we couldn't make a reasoned decision without it. So I tried to rally members to get hold of the information. That information came to us on Friday afternoon, which may or may not be acceptable, and that information was only made available to the public. Linda, you tell me, please, 10:30 this morning. So my point wasn't to lobby members against, but I'm happy for them to think that. My point was we haven't got the information we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. And just want to refer to Mr Strickland about information, the validity of information that comes to us late, please. Could you just clarify that to us?
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear on this, in respect of item 1, there were various matters. There was the consultation with the Highway Authority, which members will be aware of. There was the subsequent clarification of matters from the Highway Authority following the previous meeting of the Planning Committee. That resulted in information, I think, dated the 1st of June. My understanding is that that information has now been placed on the website and that all members are aware of it. I am also aware that there was correspondence with the council solicitor. The council solicitor responded fully on Friday afternoon, and we are content that all matters have been brought before members, all relevant information, including the reports, including the late information, and the matters which have been placed on the website. So the matters are before members for a decision, and we are quite happy that that is in order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Strickland. So we've heard that any late information is valid and is for consideration by members. Councillor Morell, sorry about the delay. You have your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to confirm that I've been lobbied on item 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morell. And can I just add that I also have been lobbied on item 1.
Through you, Chairman, was it against Councillor Morell, please?
To be fair, I'm unsure. It was more to do with availability of information rather than for or against.
Right, okay. Thank you.
And that's the same for me as well, Ms.
Okay.
Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, right, Councillor Shuttleworth, you have your hand up. Can you unmute yourself, please? Councillor Shuttleworth?
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
good.
you.
Right. Yes, on reflection, I should also advise that I've been lobbied in relation to item 1 on the agenda, or planning application number 1. Not necessarily for or against, but encouraged to consider the matter very carefully in the light of information which is presently available.
Thank you, Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Rose, you have your hand up. Would you like to unmute yourself, please?
Sorry, apologies for that.
Okay.
I am now, sorry, am I clear now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Apologies. I am now very conscious that this first item on the first application is becoming somewhat tricky, to say the least, with respect to the report, which is right very late in the day. I also have obviously been contacted about the importance of this report, so lobbying or not, I've certainly been contacted regarding it. I know of its existence. I have referred to it. I would not say I've read it from cover to cover. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. So now we move on to the schedule of plans. Are you, Ms. Davies, are you okay to move on? Are you okay to move on, Ms. Davies, to the plans?
Yes, I've recorded all the lobbying. I think in terms of the minutes, I think I'll just put that, well, some were clearly against, but I'll just put that members were lobbied. And so it's, you know, because obviously it's not either way, is it? It's just about some of the information that was received.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So we now move on to the plan, onto the applications. The first application is 2019 stroke 21073 stroke Hull. It's the applicant is Barnfield Construction Limited and Craven District Council, and the site address is the Locomotive Building, Engine Shed Lane in Skipton. And before I ask Mr. Watson to do his presentation, I just want to reiterate that we have Mr. Paul Roberts here from North Yorkshire County Council Highways, who's agreed to attend. And thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. This was a request from the committee the last time this application was discussed. So if I could pass over now to Mr. Watson, please, and if you could give your presentation. Thank you.
Councillor Brockbank, if I could just come in also just to advise you that we also have a representative from Craven Barnfield in attendance at the meeting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll call. Yes, I'll call for those after we've had Mr. Watson's presentation. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Watson.
Chairman, thank you for your forbearance on this. I seem to be struggling to actually get the PowerPoint up for. Is that visible to members now?
Not yet for me, but it takes time. It just takes a bit of time to load sometimes. Mine isn't coming up yet.
Can everyone see it now?
No.
Neville, if you scroll down to the share screen button at the bottom, not the arrow next to it, but the green button, and that should give you a list of applications that you wish to open, and then you can work from there.
Oh dear. Right, I've clicked on the shared screen and I've now clicked on the slideshow for locomotive building. Can members see it?
Not yet.
Guy, I'm obviously doing something wrong because I'm clicking on the, for whatever reason, I haven't got that on the window that I want to share.
Are you the host, Neville?
No. Oh, it's co-host.
It says host disabled, that's all, isn't it?
It's co-host.
Right. Sorry, Chairman.
My apologies, Chairman. I'm having some technical difficulties at this end.
Okay, it seems to be that we've got some little gremlins in the.
Bear with me, Neville. It may be that I can open it up on my screen, and then you can talk me through the slides. So
okay.
Just bear me one moment.
Ah, yes.
Can everyone see that?
Yes, I can.
Right, Neville, do you want to talk me through the slides?
I will do, yeah. Thanks very much. Thanks for your forbearance, Chairman. I'm sorry about that. This is an application to demolish the existing buildings and redevelop the site to accommodate the council depot building and light industrial units with access parking and servicing areas. The application site is at the western end of Engine Shed Lane, which is accessed from Carlton New Road, and that shows you the position of the existing depot building. Just to put it in context, you've got the railway line to the north, you've got a whole series of industrial units, and the red star in the middle of the slide is the site of the council depot. That's just a Google Earth view of it. These are just a series of photographs showing the buildings that are currently on site. And you'll see that they are, how can I put it politely? Getting
Neville, on the point of order, the slides haven't moved on.
Just let me know. Slide. Just let me know when you want to go to the next slide, Neville, and I'll
sorry. Right, can we now, if we've moved on to the site plan with the star, yep, which was the second slide.
Next one.
And if we now move on to the aerial photograph, the Google Earth view. Has everybody got that?
Yeah.
You've got the railway line to the north, you've got the star which shows where the application site is, and you'll see that there are a range of buildings that are industrial use, with the Sandyland Sports Centre to the eastern side of the site. If you can move on to the next slide, please, Guy. These are just some photographs of the buildings that are on site at the moment. And you can see that they are becoming a little tired and aged. If we can move on to the next slide. This just shows some further photographs of the depot that exists at the moment. And moving on again to photographs, there's 3 photographs there of other industrial units in and around the application site. So those are the surrounding units. We can move on to the next slide. This shows you the proposed site layout with the replacement waste disposal depot marked as Building A, and then 2 sets of new small business units marked B and C on the proposed site layout plan. If we can move on to the next slide, this shows Unit A, which is the depot site. And it's typical modern new engine shed depot buildings, not dissimilar to the sort of buildings that you get on Engine Shed Lane and indeed many other industrial sites in and around the district. If we can move on to Units B and C, these are small, almost starter units at between 3,000 square feet and 4,000 square feet. And obviously they would be let for small businesses as setup units. So in summary, this is a site with an established industrial area. So the redevelopment is to provide 7 industrial units, which complies with the requirements of the local plan. The scale, design, materials and proposed units will be similar to the adjacent industrial units. The Highway Authority and the lead local flood authority have reviewed the submission and have not recommended refusal of the application and indeed support it. The proposal raises no concerns with regard to highway safety, parking, flooding or contamination or the management of surface water. Therefore, Chairman, it accords with the requirements of the local plan in respect for industrial development to support economic growth and expansion of the district and subsequently complies with the NPPF. Chairman, the recommendation is to approve the application subject to the conditions outlined in the officer's report. Chairman, that's the end of my presentation on the slideshow on the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Can I call now for anyone from the Parish Council, Ms. Davis? Do we have, has anyone from the Parish Council indicated to speak?
No, Chairman, we haven't had anybody indicating they wish to speak.
Anything from the objectors?
Again, no, Chairman.
Okay, we have the applicant's agent here, Vic Craven. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chairman.
I can see somebody sat in their room down there. So can we ask Mr. Craven? I take it that's Mr. Craven who's labelled as Craven Barnfield, is it? Can we ask Mr. Craven, please, to, if he wants to come forward and speak? Could you unmute your, could you, you have 5 minutes to speak, Mr. Craven. Before you begin, could you unmute yourself and give your name? Thank you, even though I've kept saying it.
I think I'm already unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I'm struggling to hear you. I don't know if everyone else is having the same. Could you?
I'll bring the microphone closer to me. Can you hear that?
That's a bit better, thank you. Can everybody hear Mr. Craven? Yeah, okay. Yes, please, if you wouldn't mind carrying on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm Vic Craven of Craven Design, the agent for the application. You've received the planning officer's report, which was eloquently put together by Mr. Watson. And this is to approve the application. I don't propose to revisit the report as it speaks for itself. Instead, in light of the last referral, I wish to underscore how critically important the approval today is because this is a scheme that is only made possible due to time-specific grants that are getting near to expiry. The starting point is to say it's not possible to separate the business units from the depot. The funding is only possible because of job creation brought about by the new units on land which can only be freed by the new depot. That funding therefore assists the council in paying for the enabling works used by the depot. It is a matter of simple fact that you can't have one without the other. The depot relies on funding made by the units. Perhaps it's useful to explain what has been done since the original hearing and the concerns of the members. Principally, these are concerns with the methodology and transport assessment calculations, flood risk assessment and sustainable drainage scheme, and sustainability measures included within the scheme. So to start with the transport assessment, following the 16th of March Planning Committee, Mode Transport were asked to provide an explanation as to how their transport assessment resulted in net reduction in vehicle trips. Mode have confirmed that they initially presented a scope of assessment to the Highway Authority in accordance with national guidance, clearly setting out the assessment methodology. This was approved by the Highway Authority prior to being undertaken. The methodology calculates vehicle movements estimates from both existing and proposed floor areas based on maximum numbers of vehicles possible, and not simply the numbers of vehicles associated with the site at a single given time. To undertake an assessment on the latter would be flawed, as the number of vehicles associated with the site can fluctuate. Therefore, calculations must be based on fixed constraints and worst case scenarios. Undertaking a comparison between the existing use on the site and the proposed development is an industry standard practice. This is to provide a view on what is originally permitted on the highway network based on full capacity. In the case of the application you have before you, the proposed floor space is 15% smaller, and therefore the reason for the transport assessment shows an overall reduction in numbers of vehicle movements. For clarity, Mode have advised by the Council's Economic Development team that funding was secured to upgrade Engine Shed Lane, including a link road proposed off Ings Lane. It was therefore quite proper for reference to this scheme to be made in their assessment and subsequent letter. However, their calculations did not rely on these works being undertaken ahead of the depot scheme. The flood risk and sustainable drainage. Lead Local Flood Authority, again, as the committee experts, statutory advisor, have recommended the application with nothing but compliance condition. Overall, the schemes represent a sizable betterment to the area and will alleviate wider flooding risk. Sustainability measures. The application has endeavoured to deliver a policy compliant, very good rating by BREEAM for standards. For clarity, an excellent rating is not possible on the site, which has long and industrial use. Still further, the size of the site restricts that what we can achieve. Given the aspiration by the council to achieve carbon neutrality, it was considered proper to make reasonable contributions with the proposals of PV panels on the roof, electric charging points for vehicles, bat and bird boxes within landscape areas. In including these features, consideration to cost has had to be factored in, and it is deemed that these measures provide a good level of sustainability contribution balanced against what is affordable within the budget available. I close by reminding the members of the shared view that the current depot is in an unfit unfit for purpose and beyond its economical repair. Staff at present are either housed in temporary accommodation or in an unsafe building. The time for action is now, and the window to undertake these works without additional resources to Craven District ratepayers is closing. Therefore, members, this is a well-considered policy, compliant scheme with no objections, will result in safer working environment for council employees, additional jobs and economic opportunity for small businesses. I trust that members can now extend their own judgment in favour of passing this application today. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Craven. Could you mute yourself, please? If not, I'll mute you. Thank you. Councillor Welsh, you have your hand up, but we've yet to hear from the ward councillor. Is it a point of order you wish to speak on, or do you?
No, my mistake, Madam Chairman. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. So do we have the ward councillor here today, Ms. Davies?
Yes, it's myself, Councillor Rose.
Yes, I was just going to say, unless it's anybody from the committee, planning committee, there's nobody else in addition asked to speak.
Okay.
As a ward councillor other than who's at the meeting today.
Thank you. Councillor Rose, would you like to speak as ward councillor and then speak separately as a member, or do you want to speak as both? Or do you want to speak now? Do you want to leave it till we go to the debate? How do you want to do this?
I think I'll speak now, if I may, with both hats on with respect to this particular application.
Okay.
I would like to say thank you to Mr. Craven for the points that he's raised. It does make one feel slightly uncomfortable, his comment about this is time specific. And I don't like the idea of being under pressure. We've got a very important application here before us with many positives and a possibility of producing something rather splendid. However, there are major considerations and there are some issues which certainly cause me a great deal of concern. I will start off by saying I'm happy to note the sustainability objectives have been noted, that again, to quote Mr. Craven, budget limiting. I'd like to think that we could do our very best with respect to sustainability, that various points have been added, so that is good. The flooding issue was something we raised earlier when it came to committee before. Interesting to note that the SUDS officer seems to be happy with what's been carried out. However, I would like to know why the local Airedale Drainage Board has not been consulted, considering that most of the water will end up at some point in the River Aire. The big problem that I see is the issue of vehicle movement. I'm interested to know why there is now a reduction in vehicle movements because of 15% less floor space. I'm interested in that. I can't say I've really got to grips with what that means. However, whatever the end result, there will be a large amount of traffic coming out of Engine Shed Lane onto Carlton New Road. This is a junction that is extremely dangerous, reduced visibility, traffic speeding along Carlton New Road. It's not a safe junction. I'm not at all happy about the fact that increased, and I still am not convinced that there's a decrease in vehicle movement. I am very concerned that there is an increase in vehicle movement coming from this particular road Engine Shed Lane onto Carlton New Road. That causes me a great deal of concern. Added to this, the report, which has caused us all a bit of concern, that arrived somewhat late. It does show a minor alteration. I don't think this is good enough. It's not specified clearly, and to be honest, could be seen as a token gesture. I'm now not at all sure how best to progress. Obviously, refusal could be the option. Deferral could be an option. We don't like deferring unless there's a very good reason, and we can find something specific to request further information, etc. I'd like to hear the debate. I'd like to be reassured, if at all possible, that this junction is going to be viewed rather more carefully, the junction from Engine Shed Lane onto Carlton New Road. I do appreciate that overall the application will provide jobs, and I fully appreciate that it will improve beyond all doubt the working conditions for our waste management team, who obviously are an invaluable member of Craven District Council's maintenance team. It's a tricky one. I'd like now to hear the debate, if that's possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. You've raised quite a few issues there, one of which was a highways issue. I just want to refer to Mr. Watson to ask if he could just comment on why Airedale Drainage weren't consulted, and also about but also whether or not he wants to answer the references to highways, or whether or not we would bring Mr. Roberts in on that.
Thank you, Chairman. With reference to the consultation with Airedale Drainage Board, I haven't got an explanation for why they weren't consulted, but we did obviously consult the lead local flood authority, and that's the advice that we had that resulted in a recommendation with a condition that they were satisfied with that as a solution. I don't think it fundamentally changes the recommendation by any means, because the condition that is suggested by the flood authority will address surface water runoff. With regard to the highway thing, and I may ask Mr. Roberts to clarify and confirm the position, but the advice in paragraph 6.6 of the officer report is actually a précis and summary of the advice that we received from Mr. Roberts at the beginning of June. So it's not as if it has not been in the public arena. It's been there in the report, and it very clearly sets out the position that in the event that works to Ings Lane are not brought forward, and there is the full expectation that that will happen, that this application is acceptable in its own right with the access from Carlton New Road onto Engine Shed Lane. In the event that the proposed works, that we get a second application or another application to include the works to link Ings Lane to the Wyvern Park development, clearly that is something that would be subject to further consultation on a planning application when and if that is received. But clearly the position that is being set out is that there will be support for that proposal as well. But clearly the position is that there isn't a highway objection to the proposed development as it currently stands. If Mr. Roberts has got anything further to add, I'm sure he can assist committee in advising what the situation is, together with the improvements to the Carlton Road Engine Shed Lane junction as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Mr. Roberts, would you like to come in, unmute yourself?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just repeat really what Mr. Watson said about information I've supplied and the fact that I am happy with the application in terms of highways. I think in terms of the way the assessment has been done for the generation of traffic from the depot plus the new industrial units, it's looked at via using an industry standard database, and that database has looked at individual industrial units as indeed residential units, which members are probably used to seeing as a TA, and that's used within the TA. And often you see at the back of the TA, at the bottom of the TA, sheets and sheets of numbers. The technical advice note that Modem produced had done a similar exercise, which tabulated it within the text. I think they did include the number crunching at the end of it, but that advice that's used throughout industry to assess traffic generated by various types of buildings, one of which are the industrial units that are included in this application. And that's part of the reason why there's a difference in levels of traffic, if that helps members.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Do you want to mute yourself? Yeah. Okay, right. Moving on then to, we have a number of people who've asked to speak. Councillor Welch was the first one who asked to speak, and then Councillor Pringle, then Councillor Liss, Councillor Brown, and Mr. Strickland. Now, Mr. Strickland, have you anything that you want to say before everyone else speaks?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, on the basis of the comments from the planning manager and from Mr. Roberts, it seems to me that members are going to have to be very, very careful if they are looking to refuse this matter on highways grounds. I just want to make members aware of that before they commence the debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Okay, right, members, we've heard from Craven Barnfield, we've heard from Highways, we've heard from Mr. Watson, our own planning officer. So let's. So I'm going to ask Councillor Welch now. Could you unmute yourself? Oh, you have done. If you'd like to speak, please, Mr. Welch. Councillor Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having read through all the papers last time, this time, it seems that the case has dragged on for a fair while, whether it's right or wrongly. But the officers ask the advice of the professionals, and professionals, in their capacity, whether we agree with them or not, have the recommendations and decisions that they've come to. You can look at 934. The SUDS officers have confirmed they are satisfied with the details submitted and thus have not objected to the proposal. Well, we might have people who know a lot about water, but at the end of the day, that's the advice that the officers can take. You can go back to 921. Highways have been consulted and they have no objection to the proposal with regards to the parking provision, so we'll put that to one side. 923, it's confirmed that Highways, the proposal with all that, the proposed improvements is acceptable and thus there is no objection to the proposal on highway safety grounds. Well, I can only go by my own personal experience. I've been in and out the tenders with cars, with a van that I have now, and a heavy goods license for 40 years. I've been in and out there with heavy goods vehicles. And what would have been interesting to see whether actually accident incidents have been, considering it used to be a hive of activity when it was green scrapyard. Now it's got white locks, wagons and goodness knows what coming up and down. I just think that having read it, I can understand people's concerns, but probably a lot of these modern wagons, you're that high up, you'll probably be able to see over the top of the railway wall anyway. And so that alleviates a lot of those concerns. Not in a 1964 mini traveller, things have moved on slightly. So on that basis, I'm quite happy with the application, and I will move the application for approval with the officer's recommendations and see if I can second it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gosh, right. Thank you, Councillor Welsh. Can I, because I'm new at chairing this committee, can I just ask Mr. Strickland, at this early point, do I ask for a seconder or at this point, or can we just carry on with the debate?
Chair, you can carry on with the debate. If somebody comes forward to second it, that is in order. And if somebody wishes to come forward with a motion that's contrary to that, propose it and second it, that's in order as well.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask then, do we have a seconder for Councillor Welsh's proposal? Councillor List, you're putting your hand up. Would you like to just unmute yourself, please?
Yes, I'm happy to second it, Chairman. I do want to speak as well, by the way, but I'm happy to second it at this stage.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Pringle to speak before you. Okay, so we'll continue with the debate, and then after the debate we'll go for a vote. It's been proposed and seconded. I've got Councillor Pringle who is next in line. Sorry about the long wait. Councillor Pringle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, fine.
You can hear me?
Yes, clear.
I find it unfortunate that it's been proposed and seconded before I've even got a chance to have a speak. And I would like to say that I agree with everything that Councillor Rose said. My intention is to ask 1 or 2 points of clarification, and I'm going to be here quite a long time. Then I'm going to make a speech, and then I am going to withdraw from the debate. And I'll explain the reasons why.
Councillor Pringle, can I just say, when you say you withdraw from the debate, are you going to remain? Listening to the debate? You're not going to withdraw from the room or anything, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to vote.
The honest truth is, I will withdraw from the debate, and I will not be voting on this issue.
Okay.
But I do want to make a few points and ask a few questions first, please. The first question comes from what we've heard from the gentleman, Mr. Craven. And I'd like to put this question to Alex, our solicitor, because Mr. Craven basically asked us to pass this application under the pressure of losing grant funding. Now, as Councillor Rose says, this is a really bad junction. Can I ask Alex, is it a material planning reason balancing our books? Because if it is, there's a lot of developers around here who will want me to help them balance their books by passing applications with bad accesses. So that's the first point, please. Can we have an answer from Alex? Is it a good planning reason to balance your books?
Okay, just a moment while I ask Mr. Strickland to unmute himself. If he's Mr. Strickland,
thank you.
Happy to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify on that, the issue of grant funding is not a material planning consideration for the committee. Obviously, the applicant's agent made his comments in respect of addressing the committee, and I don't comment in respect of that. But the question of grant funding is not a material consideration for the planning committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. So it's okay. Well, it's right to say to members then that there is no pressure as far as members are concerned in making their decision, because and not taking into account the fact that there is a time limit on the funding. Thank you very much. Councillor Pringle, do you want to continue, please?
Oh yes, I've got quite a lot to say, I'm afraid. I'd like to ask Alex one other question, please. Our chief executive has previously told me that if I'm concerned about a planning application, he's had legal advice that I cannot ask the Secretary of State to call it in. Did you give him that advice, and do you agree with it?
Mr. Strickland, again, over to you. Do you take that?
Chair, thank you for that. There are several grounds that the Secretary of State can call in a planning application. My understanding is that this planning application would not qualify. I'm not prepared to comment on advice that I have or have not given to the Chief Executive. You know, that is the situation on that, but there are specific times when the Secretary of State can call matters in, but my understanding is that this application does not fall into that category. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Right, if I may, I'll come back on that one then. In short, I've already asked the Secretary of State to call this planning application in, and it worries me that our legal advisor thinks that I can't do that. I've already done it. If this application is passed today, and probably if it's deferred, I will tap a button on my computer and the Secretary of State will get to look at this planning application. He may choose not to look at it, and that's his prerogative. But the bad publicity that it will bring with us being forced to try and pass this application without seeing the reports that we should have seen weeks ago will not look too good for Craven District Council. So call in, it's already done, and I will press the button if we pass it. That's not a threat, but I am worried that before I've even been allowed to speak, it's been passed and seconded by people who, I'm guessing, may not even have seen the highway report. So let's go back to the highway report, because I'd like to ask Mr. Watson a couple of points of clarification. It does worry me that members seem happy not to debate, that seem happy to debate the application without even seeing this important evidence. It worries me even more that when I want to scrutinise the highway report, I'm not being allowed to, and some members think that's okay. The key point in all of this is that we deferred this application for three things. The first one was about the link to the new link to the link road, Engine Shed Lane, Downings Lane onto the link road. And we told the Highway Authority, in order to get their recommendation, that that would be completed by the end of this year. On questioning at the last meeting, Mr. Watson admitted that it may never be completed because it's down to the developer at Wyvern Park. That's quite a big issue, but to be fair, the highway officer has gone back to Paul Roberts and she has said to him, we're not going to do that link road, are you still happy? And Paul Roberts has said, I'm still happy. So I'm happy. But there were two other reasons that emerged at that meeting that haven't been answered. Our officer hasn't even asked the highwayman the other two questions. The first one was about the visibility at that bad junction, the bad junction where the railway bridge is. And our officer hasn't even mentioned it in her report. So we've told them we're going to do improvements and we have absolutely no intention of doing any improvements. That is really bad. My name as a councillor is severely, severely compromised. We have told a little porky to the highwayman in order to get him to say yes. There is no condition in those documents that you are looking at about providing decent visibility displays. And the displays that exist at the moment are, it's probably 5 metres when we need 45 metres. So we go out and we ask other developers not to start work until they've produced 45 metres visibility, and we don't even know what we've got, and this is our own application. Now that scares me, and it scares me that some members seem to want to pass it. I'm going to talk just for 1 minute about the role of the highwayman in all of this. And I'm glad that he's here to answer questions. I'm glad that the chairman's request has been acted upon. So thank you, Paul, for coming. You're very welcome. But to be honest, I think you've wasted your time coming here today. As an ex-fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and a fellow of the Central Association of Agricultural Valuers who studied planning law at university, I would suggest to you that I've got more respect than to ask you any questions today. I've got more respect for you because I wouldn't expect you to answer them. For the sake of your job, Paul, please do not get drawn into a discussion today. It would be tantamount to committing professional suicide. Councillor Heseltine, if he was here, would confirm that your predecessor recently left the employment of North Yorkshire County Council under strange circumstances.
Chair, I am sorry to interrupt Councillor Pringle, and I do apologise for it, but I interrupt for good reason. I think that the councillor needs to be careful in respect of his language. His reference to the officers not conducting their duties in an open way, and his reference to little porkies was the phrase, is perhaps unfortunate, and the councillor will not need any reminder from me that he is bound by a code of conduct, that he has to be temperate in his remarks, and that includes his remarks as to how officers have conducted their duties. I would request that Councillor Pringle makes clear any points that he requires clarification on, and other than that, takes the report from officers and the work that officers have done, including North Yorkshire County Council, in good faith, and I would hope that he would do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Okay,
Certainly, thank you for that, Alex.
Just hang on a minute, Mr. Pringle. Wait a minute. I certainly understand, and I don't like to speak for others, but I think others understand the code of conduct, and it is unfortunate. What I want to do is, Mr. Pringle, not only for the officers, but also for yourself, is to adhere to the advice from Mr. Strickland and to limit your questions to, rather than comments on people's performance, to ask your questions that you need in order to make your decision, or in order for other members of the committee to make their decision. It might not be what you want, but we are bound by a code of conduct, and we all have to abide by that. And so can you
may I carry on, please?
I haven't muted you. Yeah, I haven't muted you, but please do carry on, but limit yourself to, or your statements to, questions that are relevant to the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much. I find it interesting that I've already been found guilty of a code of conduct offence when I haven't even had a trial. And honestly, at the end of all this, my intention is that I am going to refer myself to the Standards Committee. But I'll come to that in a minute. Let's go back to Paul. Paul.
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt again. For clarification, I did not accuse Councillor Pringle of any code of conduct offence. I merely reminded him and other members that they are bound by the code of conduct and should therefore be temperate in any remarks that they make. Thank you, Chair, and apologies for the interruption.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Strickland. Councillor Pringle, I've got two other hands up from Councillor, well, I've got Councillor Liss, who you did make a reference to Councillor Liss, and can I just bring Councillor Liss in, because, you know, having made a reference to him, I think it's only right that he is allowed to speak. So can I just hold you to just ask you to just hold on? I'm going to mute you, so you don't have to mute yourself, but you know, don't take any offence in that. Okay. Councillor Liss, do you want to unmute yourself and
Yes, Chairman. I'm sorry, but I take the reference to myself would be in Councillor Pringle's mention of the fact that how unhappy he is that some councillors are prepared to, in fact, move and second this proposal. He finds that disappointing. Yeah, I can speak to that in that, however disappointing Councillor Pringle may find it, I have read all of the information I've had for this application. Unfortunate that some of it may have come a bit late, but I'm quite happy in my role as a councillor to spend the weekend reading stuff, even though it has arrived late. And I feel perfectly able, having read all of that information and having listened to a very long debate last time we discussed this issue, to make a judgment on this. And I would hope that he can respect my view on that. The reason, as far as I'm concerned, for deferral have been, to my mind, they've been answered now. And if we go back to those reasons, there was an issue on SUDS, and there was an issue on highways. We've had reports from them. We've heard from the professionals in this particular on the highways issue that they don't believe there's a problem. I'm going to accept that view at face value, and I am familiar with the junction, and yeah, it's not perfect, but there's a number of junctions in my own village that aren't perfect. But we have to and need to go with the recommendations of the professionals. I myself have had arguments with highways in the past about some of the rationale that they've involved in some of the things that they put forward. However, at the end of the day, I've gone along with those suggestions, despite my doubt in some of them, because they are done by a professional person and a professional organization. So as far as I'm concerned, my doubts on this have been removed. I have at no point taken into consideration the issue of funds required to complete this job of any grant that this council will attract from this application. I'm looking at the application, as we all should be, on its own terms. It doesn't matter who the applicant is. I'm looking at the application in front of me. Okay, thanks, Chairman. That's as much as I wanted to say at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Liss. Councillor Brown has his hand up, but because he hasn't been referenced in Councillor Pringle's what Councillor Pringle has said up to now, I'm not going to call you in, Councillor Brown, unless it's a point of order. I just want to ask Mr. Watson if there is anything at this moment in time that he wants to add. If you don't mind, Councillor Pringle, I'll leave you muted, and if Mr. Watson just wants to add something at this juncture.
Chairman, the position is, in terms of the funding, it is, as Mr. Strickland has said, irrelevant to the determination of this application. But the issue ultimately is that this application is ready and due to be determined for no other reason. You know, we've now reached the end of the line. Consideration was deferred back in March, and that wasn't an invitation by the committee to invite the Highway Authority to revisit their consultation. It was purposes of clarification. And it was for that reason that was an exchange of emails, which you now have in your possession. But the reason why it wasn't put on the website was because it was an exchange between professionals in the planning department and professionals in the Highway Authority. The important thing, and I'm sorry to keep going back to it, but the summary of the advice that we received at the beginning of June from Mr. Roberts is clearly set out in paragraph 6.6. It isn't something that suddenly comes out of the woodwork on Friday of last week. It's been with members for the preceding week. And we've now reached a position where this application, as Councillor Liss has mentioned, is capable of being determined. I cannot see any reason for considering anything other than to determine the application today. And at this point in time, Chairman, the application's been moved for approval and has been seconded. I'll help if there's any further questions, Chairman, but that's as much as I want to say at this stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson.
Chair, can I just say that I would endorse the comments that the planning manager has made in respect of this matter being before members for determination, and the members should take a view on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strickland. And Councillor Pringle, yeah, can I again ask you to be brief? It's 3 o'clock now, and if you could just go to sum up now. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for another opportunity. I will keep it brief. Can I ask Mr. Watson, we told the Highway Authority in order to get their recommendation that we were going to do some work to the junction at the end of Engine Shed Lane. There is nothing in the conditions of this that says we are going to do that work, but they think that they are going to do it in giving us a recommendation of yes. So we've told them one thing and we're doing another, and my colleagues can't see that, and that really worries me. And it also worries me that they are trying to stop me bringing out the truth. At the end of all this, I will report myself to the Standards Committee, but I will ask that there is a full and thorough external investigation into what has gone on in this case, because we've told the highwayman one thing, and according to the documents, we're doing another. I'm going to stop now. I'm going to withdraw from the debate. I have a degree that involves land management, and I am not putting my name to any decision of this, but I will be pressing the button this afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pringle.
Chair, can I just get clarification? Is Councillor Pringle saying that he is not going to vote on the matter and is not going to take any further part in the debate?
That was my understanding. Councillor Pringle, can you just confirm whether you're going to vote and whether or not you're going to take any further part in the debate, please?
I will clarify that. I am embarrassed by what is going on. I will take no further part in the debate, and I will not vote on the issue. I do not want my name associated with the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pringle. Ms Davies, could you record that in the minutes, please? Just make sure that that's recorded, that Councillor Pringle is, as from this moment, is not to take any further part in the debate and he's not going to vote.
Yes, I shall record that, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, I mean, whether or not, if you want to put the reason in there, I won't tell you what words to put in. I'm quite sure you're capable of doing that yourself.
Can I just come back very quickly on a couple of points? The issue about any alterations to Engine Shed Lane don't form part of this application, but I'm sure that Mr. Roberts can advise on discussions that have taken place for improving Engine Shed Lane to become an adoptable road.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Yeah, thanks for that, because I do agree. Mr. Roberts, would you be willing to follow up on that, please?
Yes, I will be willing to say something about that, Chairman. Yes, there has been extensive discussions with the Highway Authority and Craven District on the upgrade of Engine Shed Lane, but I would just go back and look at the information that was provided by Modem, and I asked them for accident records at the junction and near to the junction. There were no serious accidents recorded at Engine Shed Lane / New Carton Road, and that gave me some reassurance that the actual operation at that junction operates fairly well. In terms of accidents and things, and that was the other thing at the back of my mind, along with discussions. I'm well aware of the discussions. I'm involved deeply with those discussions with the upgrade of Engine Shed Lane and the the actual improvements at the junction. But they are, but at the information supplied at my request about accidents, actually indicated that the junction itself operates fairly well as regards accidents. So I was happy after that.
Okay, so as far as sorry, thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. So as far as I just want to clarify and make it clear to everybody, because members are obviously going to be taking all the information into account. As far as the highways information that has been provided in the officer's report and the recommendation from highways, Mr. Paul Roberts has said that the highways information that was provided still stands, and that members take that information as being the most up-to-date current information. Mr. Watson, do you want to add anything to that? Is that okay?
There's nothing further that I would want to add to it at this stage. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Brown, you've had your hand up for an awful long time, I know, but hopefully what you've heard up to now has been helpful. Do you want to go ahead? Thank you.
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, when this first came up, I was quite enthusiastic about it because I thought we need some more industrial units. It's in the right place. It's a very sustainable development. You can walk from there to the railway station, so lots of people could arrive for employment by vehicle, electric vehicle charging points, solar BAT. So for once in my life, I wasn't even raising green issues. They were being raised adequately from the start, which was a good thing. I came into the committee the first time round expecting to vote for it. And then I heard the debate, and there was one issue on which quite a large numbers of the members wanted a lot of clarification and a lot of satisfaction, which is that we all felt it was fine if the road went out onto the bypass. And many of us, because we know the community and were elected to represent that community, were concerned about the traffic access onto that Carlton Road. And we asked some questions 6 months ago to have them clarified, in which case we would have been quite happy to go forward if they were all clarified and we could see a way through to proper access. I find it disappointing that so many of the answers to those questions came in so late, so confusedly. But I think we're now in a situation where we have some clear professional advice. I mean, I understood the professional advice which said it's fine if this goes out onto the bypass. That seemed to me, I understood that. Now I'm hearing professional advice that they're happy it goes out onto Carlton Road. Now, the professional opinion appears to be that we have extra traffic enough for 70 car parking spaces, and it's fine for that extra traffic for the 70 car parking spaces to go onto Carlton Road. I can tell you as an elected member of the community that the common sense view of the people that use Carlton Road that I'm hearing, it differs from that. Nevertheless, we have a professional opinion. We have a professional opinion that there's no problem over the visibility display at the end of Carlton Road. I can tell you as a regular user of that road, and as from the instance to other people that use that road and are represented the community, that the common sense view differs from that. Nevertheless, we have a professional opinion. I'm hearing that the professional opinion is there's no problem about construction traffic going out into that road whilst it's being constructed. Again, I think there's, as a representative of the community, I can tell you that my common sense view differs from that. I'm being told that there's the professional view is because there have been no accidents at that junction operates fairly well. I can tell you as a regular user of that road and as a representative of the community, the common sense view differs from that. So I'm now in an extremely difficult position because as an elected representative of the community that's meant to stand up for my members my community, many of them, that's the only way they can drive into, or the best way they can drive into Skipton. I'm asked to believe things which I find will no doubt be professionally correct, but differ from my common sense. So the only approach I can take, I'm afraid, is to abstain from the vote, because if I follow the letter of the law, I've got to vote for it. If I follow the common sense and the community I'm meant to represent, I've got to vote against, and I can't do either.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brown, for that. It's your decision. Do you want to mute yourself? Thank you. Right, we have Councillor Shuttleworth, you've already spoken. Councillor Morell, you haven't spoken as yet. Do you want to unmute yourself, please, and give us your opinion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I agree with a great deal that's just been said by Councillor Brown in that I'm struggling with certain aspects of this. In particular, I'm struggling with paragraph 6.5 on page 4 of our documents, for those who've got hard copies, which says North Yorkshire Highways, the Highways Authority has reviewed the additional information and conclude that the impact of the development on the road network in its new form will reduce. It is expected to generate 149 fewer two-way vehicle movements across the working day and will result in reduced traffic movements at the junction of Engine and Shed Lane and Carlton Road. Regardless of what we've already heard, I find that statement to be quite difficult to comprehend. It goes against common sense that we're increasing the working facilities on that site, but we can expect 149. How on earth has anyone arrived at that figure? 149 fewer two-way vehicle movements. That statement just stands out as utterly ludicrous to me, but I'll move on because that's not my main point. My main point is the following, which the second part of that paragraph says, consequently, the LHA recommends conditions relating to construction and access. Well, where are those conditions? I can't see them in this document. They're just not there in the report. I've checked, I've read again and again and again. Those conditions aren't there. So the highways have said, yes, we'll accept so long as these conditions are in place. But I can't see them in this document. So could I have some clarity, please, on what is said in paragraph 6.5? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morell.
Chairman, can I come back on that one, please?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Watson. I was just coming to you.
Can I just direct members to suggested conditions 5 and 6 on the report, which actually sets out the Highway Authority's position and what is required?
Okay, right. I think we might need a couple of minutes just to read through that, if that's just to refresh our memories. Councillor Morell, do you want to have a
well,
minute
if you can look at 5, 6, 10. The advice from the Highway Authority has been included. Condition 12 before the development is occupied.
Right.
So the conditions that the Highway Authority recommended back in February have been included in the conditions to be included in any planning permission.
Okay, so you're saying that in answer to Councillor Morell's question that 6.5, the conditions in 6.5 have already been covered in 5, 6 and 10. Can I just come back? Yeah, Councillor Morell, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, please. I mean, it's the word access that I'm struggling with because, you know, we've heard from several people about the issues of access. There's nothing I can find in those conditions that addresses those issues.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Watson.
Reference to access is relating to the access into the site.
Exactly.
Is that right? Yeah. Yes, access into
Because
the site.
Engine Shed Lane is not part of the application site. That is an unadopted highway. And the intention is to upgrade it to adoption. Reference to access in paragraph 6.4 refers to the physical access arrangements from Engine Shed Lane into the site. And that's what's covered by the conditions.
Paragraph 6.5.
Yeah, 6.5, yeah. Yeah, just to correct him, Mr. Watson, it is paragraph 6.5. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Morell, do you want to come back quickly on that one?
Well, the debate so far, I mean, I understand the points that have been made about professional contributions to this, but I do still struggle with the access issue, which we've heard about. We've heard about the common sense approach to this as opposed to the professional approach, and I am still struggling with this. I think you know, my interpretation of paragraph 6.5, which is a statement about what highways have said, is that they've asked for conditions related to access, and I can't see them in the conditions that have been applied in this report.
I'm just giving Mr. Watson a minute. I'm presuming he's just looking up conditions, the specifics of the conditions. Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Watson, please?
The conditions will be covered by the approved drawings, which show those details of access, and that's obviously something that it's forming part of any planning permission, that you've got to approve the means of access to the site. Well, that's what's shown on the submitted application drawings.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Shuttleworth. Would you like to unmute yourself? Oh, you are. Unmute yourself. No, you're still muted, Councillor Shuttleworth. That's it.
Is that better? Right.
Yeah, go for it. Thank you.
Yes, I'm struggling with this. In effect, well, common sense would tell me that it's an intensification of use of a grossly substandard visibility access from Engine Shed Lane into Carlton New Road. In view of what Councillor Morell has just said as well, I find it difficult to understand why the Highway Authority are making recommendations between access from a private site onto a private road. It's not an adopted road. That just seems to me to be a little bit contrary to the normal state of affairs. And also, there are times when my wife has cause to question my intelligence. And I'm sure if I told her that we were planning to build a lot more buildings down a road, but that would result in a lot less vehicle movements, she would think I'd completely lost it. And I'm sure the majority of the electorate will as well. I've got a problem with this justification of reduced vehicle movements. It does say 149 fewer two-way vehicle movements. Does that mean the same vehicle there and back? Or does it mean vehicles going in both directions? Can we have some clarification, please?
Certainly, yes, certainly. Thank you for that, Councillor Shuttleworth. Mr. Watson, can you clarify that for us, please? What does two-way vehicle movements mean?
And I think if I can defer to Mr. Roberts, he'll be able to give you a very professional advice on what that comment refers to. I mean, what you've got to remember is that I do appreciate that members are saying that we're talking common sense, or you're talking common sense. we've got professional reports assessed by professional highway engineers. And if you end up attempting to refuse the application and it goes to appeal, how on earth are you going to end up saying, well, that's the professional advice, but by the way, Mr. Inspector, I think this is a common sense approach. It just won't stack up. But if Mr. Roberts can comment on the vehicle movement issue and the traffic impact study, I'm sure he will be able to give you a more comprehensive answer than I've been able to.
Chairman, if I can just come in on that on the back of the comments from the planning manager, we need to be very, very careful if the committee is minded to turn down this application on highways grounds. The professional advice that has been given has been clear, and the council would be in a very difficult position trying to defend that on appeal in light of the professional advice that's been given to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it has been proposed and seconded for approval. So can you just, again, I'm showing my naivety here. We would take a vote on that first of all, and then would we, or do we ask, because a refusal hasn't been proposed and seconded as yet. The only proposal that we have is for approval, and that has been seconded. Where, Mr. Strickland, where do we start? We just carry on
Right,
at the
Chair,
moment with the
Chair, yeah, two things. First of all, I think we need to bring Mr. Roberts in for the clarification that the planning manager indicated. In terms of what resolutions we have, currently it is proposed and seconded to approve in line with officer recommendation. I think it's prudent that before you go to that vote, you ask members whether they wish to do anything contrary to that. Because if they wish to do anything contrary to that, we need to take that contrary vote before we vote on the substantive motion to approve the officer recommendation. So we need to find that out before we go for the vote on what's actually put forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Right, so I'm going to ask Mr. Roberts, and then I'm going to ask for if there's any other motion that anyone wants to put forward. Mr. Roberts, once again, thank you. Could you give us the benefit of your experience?
Okay, Chairman. Yes, it's the 149 refers to two-way movements, and that's out and back. It's as simple as that.
Right, out and back. Right.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. Councillor Shuttleworth, do you want to come back on that? Are you quite clear on that? Are you able to make your judgment on that? You need to unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Is that for the same vehicle going there and back, or are these different vehicles?
Oh, I was presuming it's the same vehicle. We'd better clarify that with Mr. Roberts just to make sure. Mr. Roberts? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, Chairman, it's the generation of a vehicle going backwards and forwards. So it is if you like to imagine it as one vehicle going backwards and forwards. Yes, I think that's the easiest way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Shuttleworth, we've got our answer.
Well, we've got one answer. I'd just like to make some more comments, please, Chair. It strikes me then, in view of the fact that Engine Shed Lane is a private road and not under the control of the local highway authority, recommended consent conditions number 12, G and H seem a little bit out of order. Unless final surfacing of the access is all the way up Engine Shed Lane.
Okay, right. I'm not going to answer that. I'm going to ask Mr. Watson to answer that. I'm just going to mute you while we do that.
Chairman, I think what happens, it is something that we can tidy up. What frequently happens is that the Highway Authority have standard conditions, because you'll know that there's no criterion B, C, D, F, H and I. Normally what would happen is that has been, obviously, whatever criterion B, C, D wasn't appropriate or pertinent to the Highway Authority, and that's how it's referenced A, E, G and H. But that 12H includes obviously the access from Engine Shed Lane into the site, which is what the point was that was being made in paragraph 6.5. Hope that clarifies things, Chairman.
Right, so it's into so that is into the site from the unadopted road into the application site, not up at the junction of Carlton New Road and Engine Shed Lane.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Shuttleworth. Does that answer your question? Can we move on? See if
No,
I could...
it doesn't, Chair. At the risk of being pedantic, are we saying that Engine Shed Lane is a public highway, i.e. a public footpath? Or, in my general understanding of things, it's a public road for motor vehicles? I'm just trying to clarify what the local highway authority are trying to impose on what is understood to be a private road.
Okay, I mean, I'm not sure why that matters, but I'll
Quite
ask
simply,
the question.
Chairman,
Sorry,
quite simply, is there any legal power to do that?
Okay, so that's your point, right? Let's ask that. Let's ask that of Mr. Watson then. Oh, Mr. Watson, you're muted.
Engine Shed Lane is an unadopted highway. Who owns it, I'm not entirely certain. But the issue is that Engine Shed Lane has been used to access the council's depot for I don't know how many years. And that is a continuation that will continue to happen in determining this application. And the point that I would reiterate is that the Highway Authority is saying that Engine Shed Lane as an access to the depot site, plus for the redevelopment of that, is acceptable. That's the professional advice. I don't know what more I can add.
Okay. Right, thank you. Moving on, I've got Councillor Morell's hand up. I did say that I would ask if there was anyone wanting to make another proposal other than the one that's already been made. But that's not what you were going to do, say, is it? Is yours a quick one, Councillor Morell? Before, do you want to just, okay, do you want to just unmute? And...
Yes, thank you. Just one more point that I could do with clarity on. Going back to paragraph 6.5 again, in the middle of that paragraph, this is Highways speaking, saying what they would expect if this was to be accepted. They say visibility at this junction, and we're talking about Engine Shed Lane and Carlton Road, would be improved. So that's their expectation. So could I have some clarity on how that's going to be achieved, please?
Thank you very much, Councillor Morell. I'm going to ask Mr. Roberts. I'm not going to answer for him. Mr. Roberts, could you answer Mr. Councillor Morell? Okay, he's dancing. Yeah. Right. I think we'll just wait a moment.
Apologies for that, Chair.
That's okay. That's all right. Did you hear what Councillor Morell was asking?
I did. It
Yeah,
involves
okay.
the last sentence, I think. Visibility at the junction will be improved.
Yes.
That does refer to Engine Shed Lane and Carlton Road, and that has been included, I think, because it says in the mode report that the draft improvements will be considered, or improvements will be considered within that, within the application. So that's why I've included that.
Okay, can I thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Watson, can you just come back on that, please? That the highways, as far as I understand it, the highways expectation is that there will be some improvements to the junction of Engine Shed Lane and Carlton New Road in the mode report. And can you just confirm that?
I think we're talking about two separate projects here. There is a project on the cards for the redevelopment of the current application site, and a second project that has nothing to do with this application to upgrade Engine Shed Lane to adoptable standards. That's my understanding of it, unless Mr. Roberts is going to tell me differently.
Okay, let's. Mr. Roberts?
That is, I'm still, yes, that's how I see it, but it's been included in the modem report, and that's why I've referenced it. Mr. Watson is correct, I think, in his understanding that the District Council is preparing the road for adoption with the County Council. Yes, that's what's going on, but it's been included in the report that Modem produced.
And therefore you've taken that into account when assessing this application?
That's why I've included it in my response, yes.
If that, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a question here, Councillor Morell. If that enhancement doesn't take place, would that affect your judgment on this application? Is that a factor in this application?
Sorry, are you addressing me? Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts. Yes, I am.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Is that a factor? It's your advice, and yeah.
It's because I'm aware of that the ongoing discussions about the adoption of Engine Shed Lane. However, the application, as I think I've hopefully explained anyway, is independent. I'm well aware that it's independent of that discussion, or those discussions. And the Highway Authority, as I've said, is satisfied that because of the response within the Modem report, particularly with accidents and the tricks information that they've supplied with the reduction in traffic, as it stands, the Highway Authority are happy with the application.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I ask you, Mr. Watson? I need in my head now, I need to be sure that I'm thinking in the right way. And I'm thinking that if this doesn't go ahead, if these enhancements don't go ahead, because then does this affect this application? If the enhancements at Engine Shed Lane and Carlton New Road, then does that affect our application? Because we don't have another application in for those enhancements. We haven't. We're considering this application. We can't consider another application. It almost seems as if they're mutually exclusive.
They are mutually exclusive, and what goes on with you wouldn't normally need planning permission to upgrade an unadopted road to an adopted road.
Yeah.
So therefore that dialogue that is taking place between the council and the county council as the highway authority is independent of that, is independent of this application. It's clearly identified that that's the project that is on the table, but we haven't been party to that as a planning application because we wouldn't deal with the upgrading of an unadopted road to an adopted road as a planning application. So they are mutually exclusive in that sense, but clearly it is on the table in the same way that Ings Lane is on the table. But what we've got to do is determine the application on the basis of what is in front of us this afternoon. And clearly the advice that we've got on the basis of what's on the table this afternoon is acceptable. And that position is clear. And to end up in a situation, and at this stage, I'll defer to Mr. Strickland's advice, but you've got a motion on the table to approve the application. You've got that motion has been seconded, and obviously you've got the opportunity to vote. If someone wants to put an alternative on the table, and I don't know what that's going to be, that's something that members will have to consider and vote on.
Okay, thank you. Right. Sorry, Mr. Roberts, you put your hand up.
Yes, I'd just like to mirror what Mr. Watson said about the adoption of the road. That doesn't need planning permission. Obviously, I've said about the ongoing discussions with that, but it doesn't need planning permission in terms of the upgrade of Engine Shed Lane for an adopted road.
But if that wasn't to go ahead,
But if that wasn't to go ahead, I still my recommendations still stand. But what I'm saying is I'm well aware of it and it had been included in the Modem report.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Right, okay. Is there I'm going to ask, is there another proposal? I'll come to you in a minute, Councillor Welch, because you and Councillor Rose. Is there another proposal other than the one we have at the moment? Okay, so right, so we're going ahead with this one. Councillor Welch, you had your hand up first. Would you like to speak? And then I want to try and go to the vote. If there's nobody else who wants to speak, who hasn't spoken before.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was hoping it would be a kind of a summing up. The two issues that seem to be are the highways and the flooding. But if I could look at 935, it is therefore considered that subject to the use of appropriate condition with regards to the management of surface water, the proposal would not result in any unacceptable increase in flooding that currently experiences. So we're going to put that to one side. Looking at 923, it has therefore been confirmed by NYCC Highways that the proposal with or without the proposed improvements is acceptable, and thus there is no objection to the proposal on highway safety grounds. Look at 925. Consequently, it is not considered that the proposal would have an adverse impact upon the highway safety of the area, nor give rise to residual cumulative impacts on the road network that would be severe to warrant refusal on highway grounds and be defendable at an appeal. Now, I can understand people's concern about the access and everything else, but we can only go by what we have in front of us. And the main concern seems to be the highway issue. And anybody who thought about refusal on a highways grounds would be on a very sticky wicket, as stipulated in 925. I'll leave it to that, Madam Chairman, but I think it's there in front of us, and everything we need to make a decision on is there. And I'll leave it at that, Madam Chairman, and hopefully go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Welch. You know, you've chaired this planning committee for quite a few years. When I joined at first, you have an awful lot of experience in the planning field and in chairing these meetings, and I do respect your opinion. Councillor Rose is the only person with her hand up at the moment. I'm going to take Councillor Rose's, and then after that, unless there is someone who has something really pressing to say, I'm going to go to the vote. Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Just one little matter of clarity, please. There isn't a possibility, as far as I understand it, of suggesting a resubmission for just the bin area. That's a terrible phrase, isn't it? The area for just the waste management section. As far as I understand it, Mr. Craven said that we can't separate the application into two sections. Can I just have that confirmed, that it's not possible to?
Chairman, if I can just come back on that, we're dealing with the application that's before us. It's not to us to sort of partially say, let's have part of this application, let's have part of the other application. We have to determine the application that is on the table. And just my final comments, Chairman, is you've had very clear advice from Mr. Roberts. We've had clear advice all along. You sought clarification in March. We're now at a position to determine this application. All I would suggest finally, as my final comment, Chairman, Councillor Welsh has moved approval in accordance with the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Lish. And my advice to you, Chairman, is now to go to the vote.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Rose, very quickly.
Very quickly. I was just going to say, I appreciate very much the comments that everybody's made. I'm still very confused. I find what Councillor Brown and Councillor Morell both said about common sense versus professional opinion. And I fully appreciate what Mr. Watson has said. Thank you for that. And I'm not proposing another, what do you call it?
Motion.
Proposal. I'm not putting forward another proposal. So thank you for the debate. Thank you. End of.
Thank you very much. Okay, right, so we go to the vote. It's been proposed by Councillor Welch. It's been seconded by Councillor Liss. Ms Davis, would you like to call for a vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So I'll just call out your name, and if you could say whether you're for, against or abstaining from the recommendation, please, which is to approve with conditions as per the officer's report. Councillor Brockbank.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Abstain.
Sorry about that. Councillor Harbron.
I'm going to be for, thank you.
For, thank you. Councillor Liss.
For.
Councillor Morell.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Place.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Pringle, you're not voting on this, so Councillor Rose.
With great reluctance, I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shuttleworth.
Abstain.
Councillor Welsh.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Handley.
For.
Thank you. I'll just add them up. Right. Thank you, Chairman. That was 6 for the application and 4 abstentions and none against. So that motion will be carried.
And 1 no vote.
Yes, 1 no vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Application is carried. I think it might be a good idea just have a very quick comfort break if unless you want to carry on. Just are we okay to have a quick comfort break just for a couple of minutes? Right, thank you. Guy's going to
yeah, if I could just advise members, if we take a say a 10-minute break, so we come back at 3:50, I'll share the screen, so there'll be a note on screen to say that there's been that the meeting's been adjourned and we're taking a short break. But if all members wish and officers wish to mute themselves, and then I'll display that on screen. Thank you. If there's anyone who's just in attendance for this item, if you want to leave the meeting, that would be most helpful. And we also have Roger Lee, who's in attendance for the next item that's coming up, who's been waiting very patiently. So he's in the virtual waiting area and he'll be here for the next item. Thank you, everyone. Members and officers, just so you're aware, I'm going to remove the screen share. So just so you're aware of that. Thank you. Whenever you're ready to start the restart the meeting, Councillor Brockbank.
Hello, members. I think everybody is back in their place. Just check, I can see everyone. Yeah. Okay, so the next, moving on to the next application. Can you hear me all right, Guy?
Yes, we can hear you fine, Councillor Brockbank. Thank you.
Thank you. The next application is item 2 on the list, and that is 2022-021-560 It is, the applicant is Pinnacle View Homes Limited, and the site address is land to the west of the Old Smithy, Skipton Road, Farn Hill. I'm going to ask Mr. Watson if he would give us his presentation, please. I see that the presentation is already up on the screen. I don't have the list of participants up. Just a moment. Right, no one is indicating to speak. So can we go? Mr. Watson, would you like to take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. As you've quite rightly introduced, this is an application to vary condition 2 of the approved plans to provide a revised scheme on a site that already has planning permission. So members will be familiar with the site. We visited it before determining the application previously. I'm showing the cursor to the west of the site. That is the A629 trunk road that goes down to ultimately down to Keighley. That's the single carriageway element of it. And then you come down to the roundabout at the bottom of New Road, where it turns into dual carriageway to the east towards Keighley. So that's the application site. There is a substantial tree belt to the south and west. That's a view looking towards the roundabout, and the application site, as is pointed out, is arrowed behind the tree belt that you see in the center of the picture. That's a view taken close to the roundabout, looking back into the site with the church. The site is there, and again, point out to you that it's hidden behind that tree belt. This is a view taken from the old Skipton Road, looking into the site, and members will remember congregating at that gated entrance. That's not where the access is going to be. The access is obviously to the right on Skipton Road itself. That's a view from the unkempt hedgerow that has been allowed to grow over a number of years. Clearly that will be reduced, and as far as I understand it, work has commenced on the site to reduce that hedgerow, but nevertheless that was a somewhat old view. Again, looking through the view through the site from the hedge into the site, and that's a Google image air view. So you'll see the very substantial tree belt to the south and west, and obviously the narrower, what was the old field boundary at some stage, as I'm indicating with the cursor at the moment. This is the approved site layout, which actually shows a terrace of 7 properties. You'll see that some of them are actually projecting forward. So there's that projection on plot 1, a little less projection on, plot 7, a little less projection on plot 1, but nevertheless, the impression is clearly one of providing a terrace of 7 properties. This is the revised layout and the revised scheme, and you'll see that essentially what they've done is that they've detached the 2 end units, that's what would have been plots 1 and plot 7, I've forgotten which way around it is, and you will see that the footprint, I think, is identified by the dotted blue line, and clearly what you can see is that there is potentially a small extension to the end unit there, which goes beyond the terrace that is shown by the dotted blue line. This one shows you the revised layout, or the approved layout, and the proposed revised layout, and you can see that plot 7 sits forward, and that indeed is what would happen with the detached property, and similarly a very small projection on plot 1, which is not dissimilar to plot 1 on the approved layout. I think visually the view that you would get, even though they've detached the 2 end units, visually it would still appear as a terrace. That shows you the approved elevations, and the scheme below it is the proposed elevations, which you can see there is only a small gap of somewhere in the region of 1.2 meters between the end of the terrace of 5 detaching the property, but visually it's a very, very similar scheme to the one that has already been approved. I think that just shows you what is proposed as the rear elevations to the property, again in a very similar form to that has already been approved. And those are just some final photographs of the detached dwellings that are in the surrounding area. So it's not uncommon to have detached dwellings in this part of the village. And I think that is probably a repeat screen of the front and rear elevations. It just shows you what is now proposed as the front and rear. And the conclusion is that it will have no adverse impact to warrant refusal that could be defended at appeal, and that members are invited to approve the application. Chairman, that's the end of the slideshow. I'll close that down and stop the screen share and go back to the main images. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. Okay, so can I ask Ms. Davis, are there is there anyone from the Parish Council wishing to speak?
Thank you, Chairman. We have got a statement from Kildwick Parish Meeting, and they have asked if we will read that out on their behalf. So if that's acceptable to you, Chairman, then I'll read that statement out.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, this is the response from Kildwick Parish Meetings planning application 220-21560 VAR. Following massive objections and regardless of the Craven District Plan guidelines, planning permission was granted for this very sensitive Smithy Field in the most historic part of Kildwick. The first plan was turned down and went to appeal. The appeal judge gave some guidelines as to what may be satisfactory to enable the development to fit into the grain of the village. These thoughts were the catalyst that generated the plan that formed the row of cottages that mirror Main Road, Kildwick, and was passed by the council. The minor amendments in this application spoil the principle of the development by altering the row of cottages to include 2 detached houses, something that spoils the principle of the scheme and is not reflected in the rest of the village. Other alterations to the row of cottages, which are mentioned in the Heritage Officer's report, just cheapen the whole scheme in what is a unique and very sensitive area. Please insist that the original scheme that was approved is implemented in full. No, that's the end of the statement, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms Davis. So is there, are there any objectors who've asked to speak?
No, Chairman.
Okay. Applicant or applicant's agent, we
Yes,
have
Roger Lee.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lee, you have, well, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes in which to speak. Before you begin, could you unmute your microphone yourself, please, and then give your name? Thank you. You'll need to unmute.
Roger Lee, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Following rejection of an application in 2017 and a subsequent dismissed appeal on the grounds of the design causing harm to the conservation area, a revised application proposing a uniform layout for 7 dwellings was submitted and approved by the Planning Committee last year. The amendments proposed in this current variation application retain that linear form of layout that was approved, with the footprint also not significantly extending beyond what has already been approved. And I think Mr. Watson just clarified what those changes were in his presentation. The key amendment proposed is to form 2 detached plots at either side of the site, plots 1 and 7, separating them from the central terrace at plots 2 to 6 via an approximate 1 metre wide passageway. Plot 7 will still be set slightly further forward than plot 1, which was considered to be a positive element of the informality of the scheme when originally approved, and was supported by Heritage Advisors and Historic England. The only other amendments are minor changes to the internal layouts, although the scheme retains the same number of bedrooms for each plot. The same scale, massing and height, and the same location for the garages and parking areas to the rear are retained. The same point of access from Skipton Road and the same internal drive and turning areas are also retained. The plans have been amended post-submission following comments received from the Council's Heritage Advisor, with glazing bars added to the windows, a variety of doors proposed, the central cart entrance amended to incorporate a segmental arched head, and garage doors changed to vertical boarding. These amendments have been confirmed as being acceptable, and Historic England has not raised any objection to the application, and neither has the Council's Heritage Advisor. The layout as now proposed continues to strongly reflect the prevailing grain of the conservation area, which consists of terrace cottages and occasional detached houses. The proposed amendments to plots 1 and 7 will make little difference to the general appearance of the development, as the linear form will still be retained, and therefore the amendments remain in compliance with the relevant policies, both local and national, and result in no harm to the conservation area. On that basis, the applicant would ask that the committee supports the officer's recommendation and grants planning permission for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Davis, is there anyone, do we have a ward councillor?
Nobody that's been notified to me in advance of the meeting, Chairman, unless there's anybody on the committee that is wishing to speak.
Yeah, I think we have, if I'm right in saying, we have 2 ward councillors, and we have Councillor Brown, who is on the committee. And so, Councillor Brown, are you going to speak as ward councillor?
Yes, I would like to speak both as ward councillor and as committee member. And if it's okay, I'll start now.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, just a couple of points, because I know not everybody here has been part of this long story. Committee was asked to approve a 2017 application on this site, and we were warned that we would lose the appeal and that costs would be awarded against us if we turned it down. The committee did turn it down. As before I was on the committee. The appeal was held. The judgment of the committee was upheld, and the appeal was dismissed. The key reasons given for dismissing the appeal are given in paragraph 6 and 7 of the inspector's decision. We're not provided with that in the pack we've got. Paragraph 6 and 7 say a mix of terraced, semi-detached and detached properties would be in contrast to the character of the buildings in the conservation area where there is considerably greater uniformity. Second thing it says is incorporating a variety of house building types into its design in a single location would not accord with the appreciable quality of the significance of the conservation area. So the appeal judge turned it down despite officer's recommendations on those grounds. The committee then received a fresh application weeks after the appeal was rejected and after the local plan was approved, not before, as is wrongly stated in paragraph 9.4. The committee agreed the new scheme by a very narrow margin, and 2 important factors were that some of the committee members were impressed by the more coherent design in line with the appeal decision, it was felt, and the contribution to meeting local house types. The proposal now before us is called a minor material amendment, and paragraph 2.4 summarises some of the changes that are before us. And they sound fairly minor, what's down there. And if you listen to the agent telling us that this is the same and that's the same and the other is the same, again, they sound fairly minor. What actually we have is 2 of the properties out of 7 taken away from being a terrace and turned into detached properties and enlarged. The most important changes are to plot 1 and to 7, which significantly increase in size of living area in order to turn them into detached houses. That loses the coherent terrace design that the appeal judge sought. And to give you an idea of the size change, plot 1 internal floor area is 151 square meters. That's on the Lark Architects floor plan job number 702, drawing number 3. So it's 151 square meters for a detached property, and the largest terrace is 101. So there's a significant increase in the size of the living area of plots 1 and 7. To give you further information, actually, you cannot get this from the website very easily because the application that's stored and that's presented on the website has the new plans, but it has the wrong superseded plans. You have to go back to the 2019 application to get the correct plans. And those show the floor area, for instance, on plot 1 in the living area is 9450 compared with 9200, and in terms of depth 9150 compared with 8200. So there's quite some change in the size of the properties. So we're not just looking at like for like, we're looking at an increase in size. So the revised application involves increasing the size of 2 of the houses, separating off those 2 houses as detached instead of part of the terrace, losing the coherence of the past design, and I believe now conflicts with the judgment of the appeal hearing. And therefore, I'm going as a member of the committee to propose that we reject it on the grounds of ENV3 design, and that design should respect the form of existing and surrounding buildings, and ENV2 heritage. This is yards from a grade 1 listed building and in a conservation area. And on the third ground, that it directly contradicts the appeal judgment made on the, which was making strong recommendations about form and size. And I'll just say one thing at the end. This committee is well used to receiving applications that, a marginal decision, we come to the conclusion that's the right thing to do. I disagreed on this occasion, but I respected the view of members that recommended approval. Then what we get irritated by is when it comes back and they want just a little bit more, and then a few months later they come back and want a little bit more again. Now, on this occasion, obviously we can't expect a further application because the process of building has already been begun on plots 2 to 6. But I do want members to think long and hard about whether it's appropriate after such a history of an appeal decision going against the applicant and us bending over backwards to be reasonable by approving a coherent terrace design, whether it's now appropriate for us to pass something that breaks with the original appeal to judgment, that a mix of terraced and detached would be in contrast to the character of the conservation area. So I'm proposing rejection on those grounds.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Pringle, you have your hand up. Do you want? Oh, you're unmuted. Well done. Do you want to carry on? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I tend to agree with what Councillor Brown has just said. I remember when I first started work, my boss said to me, planning is a good game played slowly. And I've always remembered those words. But I tend to agree with Councillor Brown about the appeal case. I'm not entirely sure that I was happy with the first decision, but I respect it. But I would like to second Councillor Brown's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Councillor Pringle, could you lower your hand, please? Councillor Morell, you're indicating to speak. Would you like to unmute yourself, please, and go ahead?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm minded to agree with Councillor Brown, particularly in view of the appeals evidence that speaks volumes. We have an advisor who advises us on historic issues. But I'm minded to consider what the appeals inspector has said, as opposed to what our employee has said. I'm also scratching my head really about paragraph 6.20 on page 18, where we have what appears to be a quote from Historic England, which says, based on the information available, Historic England do not wish to offer comments. It is suggested that the council seek the views of its own specialist conservation, I presume that means conservation advisor, as relevant. Since when have Historic England been in a position to advise us on how we seek our advice? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should they not be consulted rather than offering suggestions on how we go about doing our business? So I guess I'm asking for some clarification on that from Alex, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morell.
Perhaps if I can come back on that one. We did consult Historic England, and that's what's in paragraph 620. And at that point, the advice to the consultation was that Historic England do not wish to offer comments, but it invite us to seek our own conservation specialist advice, and that's what we did. And what, just picking up on a couple of other points that have been made, the appeal decision that was dismissed is a very, very different beast to the one that we've got on the table in front of us this afternoon. It's a very different beast to the application that was refused, because the application that was refused that went to appeal effectively dotted a mixture of detached and semi-detached houses and other forms of development across the entire paddock, which did not reflect the advice that we got from the inspector that the appropriate form of development was one that was a linear development along the roadside. And you'll have seen from the presentation that I've done, and if I need to bring it back, I will do. But the issue is one, it is not going back anywhere near the scheme that was dismissed at appeal. And to try and use the appeal reasons for refusal is inappropriate in this case. You'll clearly see from the officer report that the advice of our own heritage advisor sets out in paragraphs 6.11 through to 619. That clearly sets out the position. The historic advisor offered us advice. We went back to the applicants and they amended the scheme to actually reflect the advice that we were getting from our own heritage advisor. So to suggest that this is going back to the scheme that was dealt with before is not entirely appropriate, because what you've got to do is judge this one on its own merits, but the essential form of the development, plot 7 stands slightly further forward of the nominal terrace. Well, that's what was in the scheme that members have already approved. The fact that you are detaching the end units by a metre or thereabouts means that visually, as you approach the site, it will be very difficult to actually stand, because you can't step far enough back. It would almost be very difficult to stand in the front of the terrace and look either way and say that you didn't view it as a linear development fairly close to the roadside. If you approach it from the village end, from the main street, visually you will see a continuous form of development, because you won't visually read the 1 metre gap between plot 1 and plot 2 and plot 6 and plot 7. And similarly, as you approach it from well, it's a one-way system, you can't go through there, but if you were approaching it from the north, from the Skipton side, visually you would see the same thing. And that's the basis of the advice that we've been given. Just to pick up on the point that Councillor Brown made, the case officer has actually recalculated all of the footprints that were on there on the current scheme compared to the approved scheme. The heights of the buildings remain the same. Plot 1 is actually, contrary to the comments that have been made, the calculation on the CAD drawings that we've got on the current application is that the proposed footprint of plot 1 is 5 square metres smaller than the approved footprint. And the variation is that plot 7 has gone up from 120 square metres to 125 square metres. If you take the other figures in terms of plots 2 to 6, there is actually a reduction in the size of those buildings, according to the calculations that have been done for me this morning, of approximately between 1.1 and 2.4 square metres. So the actual gross development is actually 8 square metres smaller than the approved scheme. And it's for that reason, based on the advice that we've had and where the advice we got from our own conservation consultant, the recommendation remains to approve the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Councillor Brown, I know you're the ward member, but you did speak as ward member and as a member of the committee. So I'm going to take that you've spoken before. Oh, Mr. Strickland, do you
In
want-
due course, Chair, I understand that people need to speak first, but in due course, I need to answer questions of fact that have been risen that are wrong. So I
Oh,
need to
right.
speak again.
Oh, thank you for that. Can I just want to ask Mr. Strickland to come in case he has something to add that you might want to hear.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow on from the comments of the planning manager, it was just really just to get a view on the proposed reasons for refusal. Given the advice that we've got from the Heritage Officer in the report, and given the fact that we have a clear fallback position of the present permission being in place, I just wonder whether the proposed reasons would be sustainable on appeal. Thank you.
Well, I think Mr. Watson is the person maybe that might be able to advise on that.
Chairman, if I can just come back on one, I would be very, very uncomfortable defending, depending on what members come up with, but I would be very, very uncomfortable defending a refusal on the impact on the conservation area when you're judging it against the approved scheme. And the variation is, in my professional opinion, not significant, and I would be uncomfortable defending an appeal on that basis, but I'll await to hear what members come up with.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Brown, do you want to hang on until Councillor Morell is indicating to speak? Do you want to? Okay, thank you. Councillor Morell, do you want to unmute yourself and share with us?
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Brown. I mean, I've spent over 30 years working as a design teacher, design practitioner. So I was very interested in the two different proposals that we've had put to us, the original one that was accepted and the new proposal. To me, they look totally and utterly different, absolutely 100% totally different. The original design that was put to us, which was accepted and passed by this committee, shows something that looks fitting for the setting in the conservation area of that historic village. The new plans that we've had put to us look like something that could appear on any new building site anywhere in the country. That's my personal opinion. I appreciate that's just me speaking, but I have had 30 odd years experience of teaching design. So I do feel that I've got some sense of validity in what I'm saying here. Perhaps I don't know if you could do this, Neville, but could you put the two images up again? I think there was one page where the two were side by side, or one above the other rather, for members to just have a look at that. I'm going to stop speaking now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, while Neville's finding the particular slide, can I just ask that you've call a vote for continuing beyond 3 hours, because when we get to about 4:35, we'll have gone to the 3 hours. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Ms Davis. Yeah, we did start a little bit later, but
we did. Just to remind you.
Call for it. Yeah, I can call for it now, and then before we get into the debate, could I ask them?
Move it, Chair. Move it, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Welsh. All in favour? Yes. Would you like to raise your hand? Thank you very much.
Sorry, what's going on? Are we having a moving for I've got a proposal.
No, Councillor Brown.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I misunderstood completely. Sorry.
Okay, it's the 3 hour rule that we're approving. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the 3 hour rule.
Thank you, Chairman.
So yes, we've agreed to continue past the 3 hours.
Thank you.
Right. So these are the comparisons that Mr. Watson has put up, that Councillor Morell asked for us to be able to look at. So if everybody is happy, we can take that down again. Yeah. continue.
If I could just direct you towards that, you'll see that effectively plot 1 is stepped down from plot 2. There's the centre doorway, the 2 windows either side, 3 windows across the top, garage on the left-hand side. If we then move into plots 2 and 3, you've got 2 centre doorways with 2 windows either side, 4 across the top. The element that goes through the archway that's the approved scheme. That's the submitted amended scheme. Door on the left-hand side, window, 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 window. And the same thing applies on the right-hand side. You've got a single window above the door, a triple mullioned 1800 package. And then you end up with plot 7. And the only variation of any significance to that is simply the way that has been the hand-drawn one versus the CAD drawing. That's how I'm struggling to work out that there is a significant difference in design when you actually look at the roofscape, the stepping down, the detached garages. That's why the conclusion that has been reached and the advice that we've had from our own heritage advisor is that the only perceptible amendment or variation is one where you end up with a gap between plots 1 and 2. But visually on the ground, you would have to be standing perpendicular to the front of the building to perceive that gap. That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
If you're happy with that, Chairman, I'll close that share down.
Yeah, they do look, as you say, one's a hand-drawn one, and one is a CAD drawing, isn't it? So they do look. The one at the bottom is a lot clearer.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. Moving on. Right. So we've got. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Pringle has asked to speak, but Councillor Morell, before I ask you, Councillor Pringle. Oh, Councillor Morell's dropped his hand. Oh, Councillor Pringle, do you want to speak now? Yeah, thank you.
Please, if I may. Please, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Councillor Morell's point about the heritage man, and it does concern me that we have Historic England telling us as a council how to spend our money instead of giving us advice. If we go back to their original letter, and it's about 3 years ago, it said, we don't want to comment, we suggest you consult your own heritage expert. And it said a third thing, it said, if you change what's going on here, we want to be reconsulted. Can I ask Mr. Watson, have we reconsulted Historic England, Heritage England? Because it really worries me in this case that we have employed a consultant and paid him to work, in the words of the officer, on behalf of the applicant to change it from what was an unacceptable scheme into an acceptable one. So to rely on him totally now, which is basically what Mr. Watson says, our consultant says it's okay, but obviously he cannot be impartial because we are paying him, and we have previously paid him, in our own word, to work for the applicant. So did we reconsult Historic England, the statutory consultee? Please.
Chairman, I can come back on that one quite quickly. Paragraph 620 of the report is the consultation response from Historic England. They were consulted on this scheme.
That's dated the 16th of April 2020, so that's a reconsultation, is it?
That is the consultation on the current application. So we consulted Historic England and they said, we do not wish to comment. Please consult your heritage advisor. And I must, Councillor Pringle, I've said this to you before, I must refute the position that we pay our heritage consultant to do what I tell him. We commission John Hinchliffe as our heritage consultant with no instructions whatsoever. He simply comments on what's available to him. In this particular case, he has actually offered advice on the submission, and that was put back to the applicant, and the applicant amended it in accordance with the advice that John Hinchliffe was providing. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Councillor Pringle. Do you want to come back on that? It's quite clear that Mr. Watson has said that that response is dated the 16th of April, and that is a later response, a reconsultation.
I fully accept that is a later response. It leaves a question which will be answered at a later date should Historic England be telling us how to spend our money. But I do disagree with Mr. Watson. The heritage consultant himself said that basically the work that he was doing should have been done by somebody paid for by the applicant. I'm pretty sure 2 years ago, when we all look back at this, the heritage consultant himself said you should have got a heritage report. And then once we got a heritage report paid for by the applicant, we could have put it to Historic England. And if they decided they didn't want to look at it, we as a council could have chosen to say, well, either it's not important because Historic England don't care, or we want to pay somebody else to look at it. But that's it, as I see it. I don't think it's quite as simple as Mr. Watson says, and he's totally independent. We paid him to change a bad scheme into one that he liked, and then we passed it by a very narrow margin.
Okay, thank you. Right, thank you, Mr. Councillor Pringle. Mr. Strickland, do you want to come in there? You've got your hand up.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify on this point from Councillor Pringle, with regards to the advice that we get from the heritage consultant, the planning manager has indicated that we ask for advice, we ask for professional advice, we are advised on the basis of that, and that should be taken at face value and taken into account on that basis. It is quite simply not accurate to suggest in any way at all that when the council seeks such advice, that it does so with a particular motive or outcome in mind. It goes to the professional people, it asks for the advice, and it gets a report back, and members should take it on face value. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Strickland. Okay, do you want to... Councillor Brown, are you okay to come in now?
Yes, I'd like to if I could. One of the big problems here is that the documents as posted on the website were not the correct documents. The superseded plans were not any plans that have come before this committee at any stage. And on the website of this application, the previous approved plans were not shown. I had to go back to the 2019 application to find those. I had a lot of interchange between myself and the officer, Andrea Musgrove, who was very helpful in trying to get at the critical fact I wanted to know, which was how much bigger on the floor plan were the two detached houses from the terraces that we passed. I received some information 6 days ago, which when I went back, I realized was incorrect, because it compared the wrong two schemes. I challenged that and received information this morning, which came back, which Mr. Watson has in good faith quoted to us. And he's quoted to us that the plot one is 125 square meters. If you actually look at the architect's drawing and you look at the bottom right-hand side of the drawing, I'm just struggling to quote you the number of it, but if you look at the drawing of the floor plan from the architect, it does actually quote, so it's Lark Architects floor plan, job number 702, drawing 3. It quotes the square meterage of the buildings. Plot 7 is 153 square metres and plot 1 is 151 square metres, whereas the rest of the terraces are 101 or less. So it's a significant increase in site, and it is an incorrect fact that we were just told that it was 125 square metres. I understand why that error came from, because the officers had very little time to look at the right documents, and but they were incorrect. The other problem with this is because the wrong documents were posted on the website, Historic England simply looked at the documents that were there and could barely see any difference between the proposed plan and the superseded plan, and consequently didn't wish to make any comment. I don't blame them for that. There wasn't any difference in, or effectively, what was on the website. Similarly, I'm not convinced that our specialist advisor has been asked for an opinion on whether it's appropriate for the two detached houses to be larger in size. And what his opinion was asked for, he's made no comment on that central issue that I've raised. So I don't think his opinion is actually relevant. When you come to the issue of the appeal court judgment and whether, because this is a different beast, their opinions are of no consequence and don't need to be included in the report that comes before you, and you don't need to see the document of it. I just remind you what they actually said was a generic comment, not a specific comment. So the mix of terrace, semi-detached and detached premises would be in contrast to the character of the buildings and conservation area. That's not just the design in front of us, that has some consequences for future designs coming forward. I'd also advise that when we had the very first application before us, we were told as a committee that we couldn't possibly reject that very first application because costs would be awarded against us. The appeal judge found in favour of the committee's judgment. So therefore, what I'm asking you to do is have some nerve about holding to a scheme that you proposed, that you very reasonably agreed after the applicant had an appeal turned down, and despite what was in the local plan about green wedges. I'd suggest that we insist they stick with the original scheme, and I think we can defend that appeal. I'll see end of that.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Mr. Watson, do you want to come back on that, please? There's quite a few things said there.
Chairman, if I can just come back to the drawing that was on the PowerPoint presentation, and if you can bear with me while I reopen it, you can see that dotted line that I showed you on the plan of the difference between the approved scheme and the scheme that's currently before us. So if you can just bear with me.
Yeah. Could you tell us the exact measurements of building 1 and building 7 and compare and give us the size differences? I asked for this a week ago to try and make sure we weren't in this position. I do not believe you are in a position to answer that question, and I do not believe the information you've been supplied with is accurate enough to enable you to answer that question, and I think that's very difficult. If this is considered to be a material point, I think we need to go back and get that information before we actually vote.
Okay, right.
Chairman, if you can just bear with me, I'm reading from the calculations that the case officer did for me this morning, and the original footprint for plot 1.
I've just advised that those calculations have an error in them, and I've quoted you from the original drawing. I think it's inappropriate that we're in a position where we don't know the measurements accurate.
Okay, Councillor Brown, while I appreciate that you do need to point out, can you just come through the chair? That's all. Thank you. Just Mr. Watson, yeah, do you want to carry on? Thank you.
Chairman, if I hope that slides up in front of you now.
Yeah, I can see it. Everybody else.
Right, the proposed site layout. And if you have a look at where the blue line is, the dotted blue line, right?
Yeah.
That's the approved scheme. And the scheme before you is obviously the black element, and I'm showing you the cursor bit there. So you can actually see that the footprint of plot 1 has reduced from the footprint that was approved, where I'm showing you the cursor now. And there's an increase in plot 7. And the calculations that the case officer did for me this morning, based on the current submission, is the plot 1 had an approved footprint of 120 square metres, and the approved and the proposed footprint is now 115. And plot 7, it was approved at 120 and is now 125. I can only give you the information, and that, to me, what is in front of you now is an accurate representation of the approved footprint being the dotted blue line, and the proposed footprint being obviously the dark bit that's next to it. I hope that clarifies things, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Councillor Brown, we can all saw that, and to me it did look smaller. What?
My problem is, Chair, that the applicant has submitted a drawing on which they've put the measurements of the square meterage of the 7 properties, and they've quoted a completely different number. When you look at the measurements and the width and the depth, they are again different numbers, and I do not believe we've got accurate information before us. I think Mr. Watson's in a very difficult position, because I do not think he's in a position to stand before the committee and absolutely assure us that those measurements are accurate. And if he is, I'll have to back down and deal with it in a different way. But I just don't think it's a wise thing to tell a committee that measurements are right when there's a document with them printed on them at a different dimension.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brown. An important, very important point. Councillor, Mr. Watson, if you don't want to come back on that, I'm going to go to Councillor Morell.
I don't want to come back at this point, Chairman.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Councillor Morell.
Thank you. Yeah, just to go back to my previous point, when you originally brought up that screenshot there, Neville, it showed the contrasting frontage of the proposals there, the previous one that was passed and the new proposal. And I appreciate that one may be hand-drawn and one may be computer generated, but there are significant differences nonetheless. The original has 2 clearly illustrated arches of a stone nature. The new proposal only has 1 arch, and one of the other arches, which was a significant feature in the original proposal, has been replaced with a plain lintel. I do not accept that, you know, irrespective of the fact that one is a hand-drawn design, the other is a computer-generated design, I do not accept that the new proposal is anything like appropriate for the setting that it's proposed for. I believe that Councillor Brown has hit the nail on the head when he's quoted ENV3 as a design issue with this proposal, and I fully support him to the extent that I'm willing to second his proposal. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Morell. As far as I understand it, I just want to check with Ms Davis. It has been proposed for refusal by Councillor Brown and seconded by Councillor Pringle. That's correct, isn't it? So it's already been seconded. Ms Davis, is that how you have got it?
Yeah, that's correct, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Right, thanks very much. Right, okay. Oh, Mr Strickland, you've got your hand up. Do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Just want to be clear on the reasons. I think there's 2 issues at the moment before the committee. There's the point that Councillor Brown has raised about whether the measurements are accurate or not, and whether that needs to be looked at. And there is the other question of the proposal that is on the table to refuse this matter with the reasons that have been given. The committee can obviously take a view in terms of whether to defer this matter given the points that Councillor Brown has made. And again, we can take a view on that. With regards to the proposal to refuse this matter, I would just again underline the warnings that's already been given by the planning manager on the sustainability of those proposed reasons for refusal. It seems to me, at least, that in light of the two schemes that the planning manager has shown and the difference between them, and the comments of the planning manager, and taking into account the comments of the heritage advisor that's in the report, it seems to me that we would have difficulties on sustaining those reasons on appeal that could well have a cost implication for the council. So I just put that on the table for members to consider. I think they need to be careful before refusing it on those grounds, and members may wish to consider deferring it if there is a legitimate reason in terms of the measurements that Councillor Brown has indicated. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Strickland. Councillor Brown, you have your hand up.
Just very quickly, Chair, I think there's a request that we clarify the reasons, that, and then I suggest we move to a vote.
Please.
The reasons were ENV3 design, ENV2 heritage, and the appeal judgment.
Okay.
Chairman, if I could just come back on that.
Yeah, sorry, I was just making a note of those. Sorry.
It is a matter for members to make judgment about design issues and heritage issues. I would have to professionally advise you that I wouldn't be confident defending that at appeal. One thing we can't do is actually introduce the inspector's reasons for dismissing the appeal, because that's not what the inspector was considering. And to cite those as reasons for refusal is putting us in a very, very vulnerable position.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. So Councillor Brown, before we go to the vote then, I just want to check with Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson, if we if the committee refused this application, there is still another application, an approved application to the previous plans, is there? And yes, the applicant can go ahead and build. They build according to what he's already has approved. Yeah.
There is clearly an extant permission that can be implemented.
Yeah.
If members refuse the application, there is a right of appeal. That appeal would go through the due process. I must advise that given the relative difference between the approved scheme and the submitted scheme, I would not be confident in defending an appeal. And I can say no more than that, but that is a member's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I could just come in on the back of that, I think that members have to be very, very careful before taking a vote on this matter, given that advice. And the planning manager has clearly indicated that we cannot refer to the previous appeal in the reasons for refusal. So that needs to be looked at. Other than that, we have also had the advice that it will be difficult to sustain these reasons on appeal, and that may well have cost implications for the council. Now, it is obviously before members, as has been indicated. It is a matter for members to take a view on, but all I would ask is that when members do take that view, that they are very, very clear about that advice, and bear in mind the clear advice that they have had in terms of the sustainability of that, in terms of an appeal, and in terms of protecting the position of the council. So it is before members, but I hope that they take that advice on board before they vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the vote. The vote is that it has been proposed and seconded that this application is refused, quoting EMV3, EMV2, and the appeal judges.
Chair,
advice.
I'm sorry to interrupt. My apologies. Just in terms of that last reason, at the very
I'm happy
least.
to withdraw that, Alex, to make things
Okay.
easier. So just stick
Okay,
with
thank you.
two reasons.
Good. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you. So, we're now it's been proposed. Can I just check with the seconder, Mr. Pringle, that you are happy that the third reason regarding the appeal judge's decision, that is you still willing to second it for just EMV3 and EMV2?
I am.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to the vote. It's proposed and seconded for refusal, the reasons being EMV3, EMV2. Ms. Davis, have you got the wording? Have you got any wording other than other than what I just said, EMV3 and EMV2? Anything to add?
Well, it will be if it goes through then on EMV2 and EMV3, it will be subject. The wording will be subject to the planning manager putting that in some kind of appropriate wording, but that is the basis. EMV2 and EMV3. Those are the grounds for refusal that the members are voting on. Which are design and heritage.
Okay, design and heritage. Lovely, thank you. So going to the vote, all those in favour of refusal.
Sorry, Chairman, can I do a recorded vote, Chairman, please?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was just going to hand over to you. Sorry.
Okay,
yeah, just making sure everybody knows. It's been a long day, hasn't it?
It has.
Councillor Place, you put your hand up. Do you have a problem, or were you voting? Councillor Place, you're muted. Okay, Councillor Place is frozen. Ah, right, you're back. Councillor Place? I don't think I can unmute him.
I'm there.
Right.
No, I
You're
didn't have my
unmuted
hand up, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Right,
No, I have.
right. Okay, so Ms. Davies, would you like to take us through the vote, please?
Yes, I will, Chairman. Councillor Brockbank.
Against refusal.
Councillor Brown.
For refusal.
Councillor Harbron.
For refusal.
Councillor Liss.
Against refusal.
Councillor Morell.
For refusal.
Councillor Place.
Against refusal.
Councillor Pringle.
Refusal.
Sorry, Councillor Pringle, I missed that. Could you just repeat it?
Sorry, my apologies. For refusal.
So you're refusing the voting for Councillor Brown's, yeah, thank you. Councillor Rose.
Against refusal.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
Against refusal.
And Councillor Welsh.
Against refusal.
Councillor Handley.
Against refusal.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add them up. That's 7 against the recommendation for refusal and 4 refusal of the officer's recommendation.
Okay, so now am I right that we need a proposer and second for approval, do we? Sorry, I'm
Yes.
showing, right.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Chair, yeah, just to clarify, given that the refusal motion has failed, we need to go back to the main motion, which is the officer recommendation, and get a proposal and seconder for that, and then we can move forward on the vote, as Vicky said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Councillor Shuttleworth, you've got your hand up, and Councillor Place. Can I, Councillor Shuttleworth, are you?
Yes, I'm happy to propose approval of the officer's recommendation, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Place.
Happy to second, Chairman.
Okay, so it's been proposed and seconded, officer's recommendation for approval. Ms Davies, could you take us through the vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Brockbank.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Harbron.
Against.
Councillor Liss.
For.
Councillor Morell.
Sorry, against.
Councillor Place.
For.
Councillor Pringle.
Against.
Councillor Rose.
For.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
For.
Councillor Welsh.
For.
Councillor Handley.
For.
Thank you. I'll just add those up. Okay, that's 7 for the approving the officer's recommendation and 4 against. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms Davies. So that application then has been approved in line with officer's recommendation. We now thank you very much, everybody, and I believe that Mr Lee, thank you for coming today, and I believe you'll be leaving now shortly. Okay, thank you. So we now move on to item 3, which is application number 2019/20654/REM, which the name of the applicant is Candelita Limited and Chatsworth Settlement Trust. The site address is land at Shires Lane, MC. So I will hand over to Mr Watson for his presentation.
Chairman.
Oh, hello.
Chairman.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I
It's
shall
okay,
have a fair amount to say on this application. Might it be appropriate to have a comfort break?
Oh, okay. Yes, yes. If anyone wants a comfort break, Guy, are we okay to have a 5-minute comfort break? Guy,
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, yes, so we have a 5-minute comfort break. If I could just remind all members if they could all mute themselves, and then I will move the shared screen over to advise that the meeting has been adjourned. So yes, if you can just all mute yourselves, and then if we start the meeting again at 5:10. Neville, could you just end your shared screen, please? Councillor Brockbank, I'm going to withdraw the screen share, so it'll be ready to so we're ready to start the meeting again, just so you're aware. Ready for you to start the meeting again, Councillor Brockbank, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Yes, is Alex back again? Is Alex back? His screen's dark. Alex, are you here? There he is. Okay. Right. Just check everybody's here. Yep. Okay. Yes. Right, Mr. Watson, thank you very much. Would you like to give your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. As you'll see from the first slide, the application is for the approval of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale as reserved by condition in the outline consent at Shires Lane in MC. So you've got Shires Lane at the top. This is the road that goes out to Low Lane. The main core of the village is up to the top left-hand side of the site. You've got the cricket ground immediately to the left. And that is the submitted layout showing the single access or the access, 2 access points that were shown on the original submission. For 40 houses, mixture of semi-detached, detached houses. There's a range of house types on there. This is the view looking south from Shires Lane into the site. So you've got Low Lane on the left-hand side there. This photograph's taken from Shires Lane itself. This is from the junction of Low Lane and Shires Lane looking into the site with the cricket ground off to the right-hand side. So the cricket ground is in that position there, Shires Lane to the right-hand side. This is taken from Low Lane itself. And these are the range of house types, as I say, a mixture of semi-detached properties, detached properties. Obviously, there are a number of house types, and I haven't put all of them on the slideshow presentation, but you'll see that there's a variety of house types, built of stone with natural materials, elevation type H. And so the main considerations are that the principle was established through the extant outline consent, 2-storey properties compatible with other dwellings in the area, high quality materials, landscaping reserved, there is appropriate amenity space. The issue that Sport England raised about the ball stop netting fencing is reserved by condition 10 of the outline. There's no objections from the Highway Authority, and affordable housing and open spaces reserved by condition. Members deferred consideration at a meeting earlier this year, seeking clarification of drainage matters. That has now been received, and you will see from, there's no comment from the Environment Agency. Paragraph 6.8 refers to the SUDS consultation, and I can now confirm that I received confirmation that the alleviation scheme and the maintenance of it will be dealt with by a management company, and Candelisa, the applicants, confirmed that to me lunchtime today. The recommendation, Chairman, before you is to approve the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Okay, so we have, do we have Ms. Davis, do we have anyone from the parish council who wishes to speak?
We've nobody present, but I do have a statement from MC with Eastby Parish Council that they've asked to be read out. So if you bear with me, I'll just get that up and then I'll read that statement out if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay, Chairman, I'll read the statement now. Thank you. MC with Eastby Parish Council is unable to take part in the virtual planning committee meeting scheduled for the 20th of July and would therefore request that the following written representation is read out at the meeting. A copy has also been sent to all committee members. The Parish Council would firstly like to clarify that the information shown on the slide, main considerations, unless changed since the date of this letter, should be amended to read 39 indicative dwellings and not 7. The current application is for 40 dwellings. The Parish Council has, in the past, approached both the developer's agent and the planning officer with concerns about the issues of access, future maintenance and the East Lane Junction, which still do not appear to have been addressed. In September 2019, the Parish Council extended an invitation to both the developer and agent to meet the recommendations of the NPPF to engage with the local community. And to date, neither of the invited parties have even acknowledged receipt. The Parish Council considers that this lack of dialogue merely highlights the contempt in which these guidelines appear to be held. Notwithstanding that, the Parish Council notes that the focus of today's meeting is approval for the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale of the development. With regard to the main considerations for today's meeting, the Parish Council is pleased to see that the design of the 3-storey properties bordering onto Low Lane have now been amended and are more in keeping with the inspector's comments relating to open space viewpoints. The Parish Council would wish to see that appropriate conditions are imposed requiring the submission of all of the details for the hard and soft landscaping prior to their first use for the development. From the map provided, it would appear that the issue of impractical triplicate parking appears to have been eradicated for the most part, although it is still evident in some areas. The Parish Council continues to have concerns that these, along with the majority of double tandem parking spaces, will be unrealistic in practice. It is also difficult from the plans to assess how some plots will access their allocated parking spaces, particularly plots 22 to 25. With reference to drainage issues, the Parish Council relies on the expertise of other outside agencies to comment on the practicalities. It notes, however, that the officer in his report has stated that the LLFA is happy with submitted details in regard to the methodology of the blockage analysis and flood risk elsewhere, with the not inconsiderable proviso that the ownership and maintenance of the alleviation scheme needs resolving. As these documents do not appear on the public domain, the Parish Council is unable to comment, even if it so wished. The Parish Council continues to assert that the gated access point to the agricultural land, as shown, is totally unworkable. The land in question is used for cattle, and the Parish Council feels it is highly unlikely that residents will welcome either ambulant or transported animals through the development. At the present moment, the herd is one of only a few free-range dairy herds in the district, and the Parish Council is keen to secure its continuation in addition to its contribution to the rural setting of the parish. Furthermore, the complexities of moving up to 25 animals by transport with a maxima of 3 cattle per journey will inevitably reduce the viability of the business and may ultimately lead to the demise of local agriculture and the traditional use of Craven grassland. The parish council would recommend that the landowner considers a new access point on Low Lane, south of the development and opposite the fields already in use. This would then alleviate any of the above objections. Once a suitable access has been agreed that is supported by both the NYCC Highways and the Planning Authority, the parish council would ask that this is then made a condition of approval. The decision notice 2017/18839/VAR with reference to condition 8 states that no development shall take place until details of off-site highway improvement works have been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The parish council notes that so far there does not appear to have been any supporting written documentation relating to the crucial Shires Lane and East Lane junction, and the parish council would ask that this is resolved before any further approvals are made. The parish council remains deeply concerned regarding the safety impacts on motorists, cyclists and pedestrians with the cumulative total addition of more than 100 properties on Shires Lane. The parish council remains concerned at the absence of detail relating to the future maintenance of the site as a whole. Whilst the parish council is mindful that the current approval being sought may be part of a wider programme of reserved matters needing to be addressed, it would ask that the committee give serious consideration to a further deferment of a decision until all outstanding matters under this scheme are resolved, to avoid the possibility that something may slip through the net under the guise of a more general statement. The parish council would ask that the committee satisfies itself that the officer's recommendation to approve with conditions has clarity and achievable outcomes. Furthermore, the parish council continues to assert that the current application differs so significantly in a number of aspects considered by the inspector that it ought to be seen by the inspectorate again, and would request that this is also considered by the committee. That concludes the statement, Chairman, from MC Parish Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Davies. Okay, so that's the Parish Council. Do we have any objectors wishing to speak?
No, Chairman, we don't.
Applicant or applicant agent. I have a note here that Ian Swain will either make his own statement or you will read one out, Ms Davies.
Yes, I have got a statement to read out, Chairman. You can go ahead with that. Thank you. Comments from the applicant, Candelisa Limited. Members will be aware that outline planning permission to develop this site has already been granted. This reserved matters application just seeks approval of the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale of development. The application was deferred by the Planning Committee at its February 2020 meeting. The key concerns raised at that meeting were the committee were not supportive of the design of the houses at the eastern part of the site, adjacent to Low Lane. 2, the committee wanted more information with respect to the drainage solution. With respect to the first issue, the design of the houses adjacent to Low Lane has been amended. They have been reduced by a full story in height. From Low Lane, the properties will now appear to be single story. Proposed materials are natural stone, stone window and door surrounds, and slate roofs. There are a variety of house designs with good quality architectural detailing that will ensure the development has a pleasing finished appearance. The amendments that have been made resolve the concerns previously raised. With respect to drainage, the second key issue raised by the committee, significantly more detailed information to address members' concerns has been provided. It is important to note that no objections to the application were made by the Environment Agency or North Yorkshire's Senior Flood Risk Management Engineer. Both were satisfied that an acceptable drainage scheme could be provided. A condition already attached to the outline planning permission requires the further information to be provided as part of a separate discharge of conditions application. Further drainage information was not strictly needed with this reserve matters submission. However, to meet the committee's concerns, full detailed drainage proposals have now been produced by leading flood risk consultant, JBA, and Topping Civil Engineers. That information has been provided to the District Council and assessed by North Yorkshire County Council. They have confirmed that they are satisfied with the technical drainage solution. The drainage concerns have therefore been fully addressed. The government are keen to ensure that housing development is not stalled with a view to stimulating activity within the economy. There has been a considerable delay since the application was last heard in February. Candlelis are extremely keen to secure the planning permission and allow them to progress with the development of this site. Like many companies, the COVID-19 crisis has had a significant impact on their business and finances. Candlelis are a local company and employer based within Skipton, who seek to employ local people and contractors wherever possible. They are asking for the council to support local business and approve this application. It is practically inevitable that objections will be made to any major development proposal for housing, but this application has received just 8 letters of objection. This very limited public opposition to the application suggests an acceptance of the proposed developments by the majority of the local community. In conclusion, the applicant has worked with the council to seek to address the concerns that were raised at the February committee meeting. Amendments to the scheme have been made and additional information provided. There are no reasonable reasons to refuse planning permission, and this reserved matters application meets all relevant planning policies and considerations. It is therefore requested that the application is now approved by the planning committee. And finally, Mr. Swain has asked me to thank members for their time and for considering the issues raised. And that concludes the statement, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. I keep saying Miss, I mean to say Ms. I'm sorry, it just doesn't come out as Ms. So that's from the applicant's agent. Ward councillor is Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Shuttleworth, are you going to speak as ward councillor member?
I shall
How do
speak.
you want to take this?
Sorry, Chairman, I would like to speak as in a dual role as both. I shall maybe change hats and swap them back again as we go. First of all, could Mrs. Davies just repeat that last paragraph that she read out from the submission from Mr. Swain, please? I didn't quite catch it.
Yes, just let me bring it up. Right, you just won't be a moment. I'll just have to open it up again. Won't be one moment, Chairman. Okay, I've got the statement. Councillor Shuttleworth, it was the last paragraph, so I'll just read that out for you.
Please.
In conclusion, the applicant has worked with the council to seek to address the concerns that were raised at the February committee meeting. Amendments to the scheme have been made and additional information provided. There are no reasonable reasons to refuse planning permission, and this reserved matters application meets all relevant planning policies and considerations. It is therefore requested that the application is now approved by the planning committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Right. The first thing I'd like to do is express a note of disappointment. In our considerations of the meeting that last time we considered this in February, and it was minuted, that I won't read it all out, but the committee was not satisfied with the information provided regarding the development, including flood prevention and surface drainage, layout, appearance, design and landscaping. In addition, members wanted confirmation that the flood alleviation scheme and drainage met with approval from the LLFA. Members deferred the application until appropriate revised details are prepared and submitted, so an informed decision on how the development would finally be could be made. And that conditions relating to the previously approved outline permission should be listed with the conditions of this application, not as an informative. Now, unfortunately, our planning officer, in his introduction to this, in our report on page 29, says the application is referred to planning committee as it was deferred from February to allow the applicant the opportunity to provide additional information in regard to flood risk and drainage concerns. Well, that's a real précis of what was actually agreed. And I think it's, well, for want of a better word, and I don't mean any offence to anybody saying this, but I think it's negligent that what was minuted hasn't been reproduced at the head of the report to this committee today. The second thing I'd like to say, if I can find it, and you'll just have to bear with me, please. Yes, the comment about the previously approved outline permission conditions to be listed as part of this application. Well, in the recommendation that we have at the end of our officer's report, doesn't mention the outline conditions at all, not even as part of the recommended conditions, nor as an informative. And here again, I'm really disappointed that note hasn't been taken of that and reproduced, because the lack of the information that we've asked for has caused a number of people to get very twitchy, including the parish council, saying, well, what about this? What about that? What about the other? That the planning inspector applied when outline approval was granted on appeal. I've said enough. I think I've made my message clear. I hope I have. So we'll and I'll launch into all the things I have to say.
Councillor Shuttleworth, do you want an answer to that from Mr. Watson now?
If he's able, but I'm not going to press him too hard for it, because I appreciate I didn't have opportunity to speak to him before about that, and I've probably rather put him on the spot.
Okay, well, he's unmuted. Let's,
right.
Mr. Watson, do you?
Chairman, I can come back on that. This is a reserved matters application, and what's important for members to understand is that any applicant has to comply with the conditions of the outline permission, along with any additional conditions that are put on as the reserved matters submission. Because it's important to remember that the outline is the planning permission. That's what you have to comply with. The reserved matters application is exactly what it says it is. It is the approval of those matters reserved from the outline. But that doesn't absolve the applicant from having to discharge any conditions that are on the outline permission. And what we don't do, and this is the legislative background to it all, is that you don't repeat the conditions on the outline on a reserved matters submission, because a reserved matters submission is technically not a planning permission. The planning permission exists by virtue of the inspector's decision, and therefore the applicant has got to comply with that. So you don't repeat outline conditions on a reserved matters application, because the applicant is still under an obligation to comply with the terms of the outline permission. So I hope I can give some assurance, Councillor Shuttleworth, that while local residents or indeed the parish council may think that we're not including matters that were dealt with at the outline stage, I would like to reassure you that yes, they are, and they will be, and we would be it would be appropriate for the council to pursue any non-compliance with the conditions of the outline as and when and if it didn't happen. In this particular case, I have no reason to doubt that the applicants will not seek to discharge the conditions of the outline planning permission, but that's why it doesn't appear and repeat in the conditions on this recommendation. So I hope that gives you some reassurance, Councillor Shuttleworth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Watson. I do accept what you're saying. In fact, without blowing a trumpet, I knew that already. But it's basically a failure, shall we say, of public communication, which has caused quite an amount of angst in my neck of the woods, regardless of what I've said, and also what was minuted in February. It was an instruction from committee, and it appears to have been ignored. Now, I appreciate you were on your adventures in the Far East at the time, or possibly you'd come back and you were self-isolating because of the outbreak of COVID-19 over in that part of the world. But I just think it's poor practice.
Okay.
I'll say no more about that.
Right. Okay. Mr. Watson looks like he wants to come back on that. Do you?
Chairman, I accept on reflection that the introduction to this report, when I'm working with two mice and two separate computers, I will accept that the emboldened précis at the top of the opening of the report may have been framed in a rather different way by including everything that was actually in the minutes of the February meeting, when, as you say, I was enjoying the last holiday that I've had and may have again. I think on reflection, had I been in a position to actually authorise the approval of this report, and I'm not making any assertions or criticism of how that process worked, my a preference would have been to reflect what you've just said, Councillor Shuttleworth, that the reasons why it was deferred, it may be more appropriate to outline that in the emboldened opening to the report. But I think what has happened in the interim is that the case officer has worked with the applicant with a view to resolving the issues that were raised at that meeting in February, and that's why the application is in front of you this afternoon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Thank you. Is it something that we could, a practice that we could perhaps make sure happens in the future then for
I would certainly like to give members that reassurance that if applications are deferred, that the reasons why they are deferred are flagged up right at the outset, and then that will set the tone and flow. I will give my assurance to the committee that that will happen in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. Yeah. Mr. Shuttleworth, Councillor Shuttleworth.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Right. We'll continue. Members will be aware that I have a thing about drainage. And this is something I raised at February's meeting, that I wasn't happy about the calculation or assessment of the water flow down what's known as Green Bottom Beck, which comes from right up on MC Moor and comes hurtling down the hillside and causes a considerable flooding problem on the Shires Lane adjacent to this proposed development and within the development field itself. Now, I know an awful lot of work has gone on, and I'm not criticising that, but I am concerned, despite the local or lead local flood authority making the statement, the applicant has made a reasonable attempt, I think those are the words, to assess the water flow that's causing the flooding. I think we need more than a reasonable attempt. I think we need a good attempt. And I know it's very difficult, but it does concern me that part of the specialist report reporting on this, which was prepared back in January, used the basis of comparison of Green Bottom Beck, which is an unclassified watercourse, and Prior's Syke, which happens to be classified in some flood records, and said, we'll compare one with the other, on the adjacent hillside, and consequently calculations have been based on that assumption. What hasn't been appreciated, in my mind anyway, despite laser contour surveying and a number of other factors, is that the only thing in common between Green Bottom Beck and its tributaries and Prior's Syke is that they both flow downhill. There it ends. The nature of those watercourses is totally different. And I am concerned that the laser survey, levelling survey of Green Bottom Beck and its tributaries is potentially, and I can only put it at that, potentially inaccurate, so that the provision made for preventing flooding on this development site may prove to be insufficient. Now, I don't want to hold this application up any more than other committee members do, in all probability, and the developer, of course. But I would like the opportunity for the planning officer and myself as ward member to consult with the applicant and his specialist team or advisor to just explore the accuracy of what's been submitted a wee bit more, just to get some improved assurance. And I suppose to some extent it's the lead local flood authority who've said a reasonable attempt. Well, it sounds all very mediocre. I expect a professional submission to be accurate, to be in the top 10% of what it could possibly achieve. And I do worry also that should the proposals and the very detail that have been submitted, should they prove to be inadequate, who picks up the can if something goes wrong when these properties are occupied, when they've been sold and occupied? Now, I've probably asked quite a lot of questions in saying that, but I don't want to hold the job up, and I wonder if it might be opportune, possibly even, and you can ask Mr. Watson this, if the committee gives delegated authority to myself and him to meet with the applicant and just seek some more positive assurance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shuttleworth. Mr. Watson, what do you think about that proposal?
Chairman, if that moves things forward, the option of seeking delegated authority to approve the application subject to clarification of the matters raised by Councillor Shuttleworth is a way forward to move this on. And if that facilitates the committee doing so this afternoon, I'm prepared to enter into that dialogue with Councillor Shuttleworth, the agents and the Flood Authority.
Councillor Shuttleworth, can I ask, is there anything else? Would you be prepared to propose that approval subject to that? Would it be a condition? I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure how we would say that. But so the committee would then vote on Councillor Shuttleworth's proposal, provided it's seconded. Is that how we go about it?
Chairman, can I perhaps, taking on board what Councillor Shuttleworth has said, can I actually move it as the planning manager that I am inviting now committee to defer consideration, authorise me to approve the application conditionally, subject to that dialogue taking place?
To approve that particular aspect of the approval, yeah. Yes, yeah, because I've quite a few other things to give an airing.
Okay, right.
But thank you, Neville. Let's go forward and progress on that. If we need a formal vote, or if I'll second Neville's proposal, let's do it.
Okay, is that how we proceed?
Chairman, obviously I don't have the ability to put a motion in front of you. That's going to have to come from members, but that is my suggestion in an attempt to move things forward, because I can't put a motion in front of the committee. I'm putting a recommendation in front of you. And obviously the current recommendation is one of approval. But if that moves things forward, because obviously what we don't want to do is delay the determination of this application by any considerable stretch, and there seems no point in taking up yet further committee time by bringing it back to committee. And therefore my recommendation at this stage is a change one, if you want to consider it like that, that I'm recommending that you give me authority to approve the application, and if Councillor Shuttleworth is prepared to move that as a way forward, I'm quite happy to go along with that.
I'd be delighted to move that, to put that forward, Chairman.
Okay, so Councillor Shuttleworth, you proposing that. Councillor Pringle, you had your hand up. Were you meaning Councillor Pringle was first, Councillor Brown? Councillor Pringle, are you seconding that?
Could I just ask a point of clarification first, please? The Council have expressed concern about a lack of information. After the February meeting, I wrote to the head of planning, bearing in mind this had been deferred for flooding amongst many other things. Am I correct in thinking that the lead local flood authority report is still not on the website as we speak?
Mr. Watson, that would be you.
The thing is, I know the site. I have fears about it flooding. I don't want to hold anything up, and what I'm going to do is, if the flood report's not there, I'll step out of it, because I do not want my name associated with any decision on this site when the information is not available to the parish council, it's not available to me. I think Brian's probably got a good idea. If he gets involved in it, it will get looked at, but to be honest, I'd rather just step out of it. I asked for the information in February. It's not on the website today. We haven't had a chance to scrutinise it. So please forgive me, but I'm out of here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pringle. So it's been proposed. Do we have a seconder, please? I've got three hands up, but I want to see the seconder. Councillor Rose.
I'll second it.
Thank you. So,
Sorry, I'll second it. Did
yeah,
that come through?
That's great. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councillor Rose. I've got you down for that. So are we voting? I'm sorry about this, but again, showing my naivety. So are we voting on that particular issue at the moment? A change to the officer's recommendation, and can we just clarify?
Chairman, can I come back on that, because what we're deferring for is something very specific. If I don't want to end up with a situation where you are not considering the other aspects of the application and anything else that Councillor Shuttleworth or indeed any other member wants to do, because what you'd be doing then is effectively closing down the debate now to say let's go for the deferral when there are other issues. I think the way that I would like it to go, and I appreciate members maybe getting as tired as I am now, there needs to be the debate on anything else that may need to be raised, because I don't want to be in a position of effectively going for the recommendation to change my recommendation to defer for that particular aspect to be considered, and then any member comes back and says, well, we didn't debate the rest of it.
Okay, so Councillor Shuttleworth, thank you for that, Mr. Watson. Councillor Shuttleworth, would you like to continue then?
Yes, I'm quite happy to accept Mr. Watson's suggestion there. It makes a lot of sense.
See if anything else comes up. Yeah, thank you.
Recommended condition, I think it's 3. I'd just like to say something about what Councillor Pringle said. Has the LLFA made a subsequent report? Well, oddly enough, on page 32, paragraph 6.8, following the February committee, the applicant provided additional information on the 5th of June and 26th of June, and NYCC SUDS reconsulted. The LLFA stated that they are happy with the methodology of the blockage analysis, blah, blah, blah. Actually, that LLFA report is dated 4th of February, which was a long time before the subsequent details that the applicant submitted. So I don't know what's happened there, but it's just a bit, well, it's more than a bit confusing. And that's another reason that I would like to get things clarified in a proper sequence.
Okay, Mr. Watson, do you want to come back on that information?
I obviously don't have that information to hand, and I don't want to delay the debate by having to try and wade my way through the website. So clearly, I think there is a dialogue that I had with the case officer at lunchtime today, and there has been continued dialogue, and would appear that the LLFA, are now satisfied with the information that's been provided. But I can't provide you with any categoric assurance of where that correspondence exchange is at this moment in time. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. So that maybe would that be something perhaps to consider in with the other.
I think that can form part of the dialogue with,
Yes.
with the LLFA.
Yeah.
I think that's the way forward.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, agreed with that, Chairman. That's it's very sensible. Now then, recommended conditions, if I can find them. Oh, it's condition 4. Prior to first use, full details of all materials to be used on external surfaces of the development. Prior to first use, the construction of a sample panel of walling at least 2 square metres to be approved in writing by the local planning authority. Now, as far as I'm aware, historically, this has been done by the planning officer. And in fact, quite often, notification of applications for approval of a sample of material, I'm trying to think of the expression, discharge of conditions, that's it, aren't submitted to the parish council for consultation or to anybody. It's all dealt within at officer level.
Mm.
I'm not happy with that. I would suggest, and you probably think I'm trying to muscle in on this a lot, but I'm trying to be practical, that materials which are going to form the external appearance of a building should be subject to local opinion, and at least the ward member and the planning officer should have opportunity to discuss which is the more suitable, because the last thing I want to see in MC is another pig field, which I'm sure most of you will know what it looks like. And the comments that I receive about it, well, I could write a book.
Mm.
So I'm going to make that suggestion as well, that the ward member be drawn into approval of materials on the external appearance of the building and its ancillary bits, such as boundary walls and fences.
Is that just on this application, Councillor Shuttleworth, or are you suggesting that?
I'm talking about this application, but I think it's something to consider for all future applications where a condition is made requiring approval of external materials.
Okay. Mr. Watson, do you want to come back on that?
I'm going to have to be very careful what I say now. I mean, I understand the position, but in practical terms, things like the approval of materials is something that is normally dealt with at officer level. We don't carry out consultations on discharge of condition applications. There are situations when schemes are put forward for external materials that the local community may not necessarily like, but we've got to make a professional judgment on the acceptability of that. I think in this particular case, but I don't want this to necessarily become the norm. But I can, as Councillor Shuttleworth is well aware, I live in MC, and I'm not going to relax anything in my own home village, but I take that view across the board. It doesn't matter whether it's in MC or Gargrave or Bentham or indeed any other ones. It just happens to be a little closer to my home than other settlements. But that is something that we would not normally get involved, because it would just grind the whole process to a halt. And we've got to make a professional judgment on the acceptability of the materials that are put in front of us. I hope that we exercise due professional care in determining those applications. But I can, I suppose, as I say, I don't want this to become the norm, because the purpose of condition 4 is for the approval by the local planning authority. Essentially, that is initially the case officer, but if the case officer is concerned about any particular proposal that's put in front of it, ultimately I am there as the the planning manager and arbiter on the acceptability of it. And there are occasions when the case officers have said, we don't think the materials are acceptable, and the applicants come back and says, well, take it or leave it, we're not doing anything else. And that's where I've stepped in and said, oh, well, I'm sorry, but it's just not good enough, go away.
So, Councillor Shuttleworth, are you saying you're not happy, from what you're saying, you're not happy with the materials and the external materials, and you would like to change them? Is that what you're saying?
No,
No, we don't know what the external materials are.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not happy with anything specific. I'm saying that I, as ward member, would like to be involved in the approval of the materials. It's possibly because of my professional background that I am interested in this sort of thing, more so than some other members, and I imply no disrespect to them at all. But I appreciate Mr. Watson's offer that in this case he's willing to accept it, but it's something really for other ward members as appropriate to raise at the appropriate time.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Is that the end of your?
Oh, no,
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Sorry.
Ah, no, I see the reason for the comfort break.
Yeah. Similarly, now we've done materials. Yes, I'm very pleased to see that the levels on the site have been altered to make the houses adjacent to Low Lane, where I believe I referred to them as similar to approaching New York Harbour, coming on Low Lane from Halton East, have been reduced and are now much more fitting to that part of the site. I think it's about, shall we say, 1.5 stories now, as opposed to pushing almost 3 stories. That's good. I'm very pleased about that. Last meeting, we mentioned about the only access to the field to the south of this site is for a dairy herd, or certainly a dry cow section of a dairy herd, to graze. Now, there's no provision for any other access to that field, or there's about 11 acres, I think, if I've calculated it right. One of the joint owners of this proposal actually owns that land. It's part of the Chatsworth estate. And I really wonder about approving an application where cows are going to be driven, i.e. herded through, as opposed to be driven on a motor vehicle or towed by a motor vehicle on a regular basis. It is just not good practice at all. And I wonder if we can exert pressure on the estate or the applicant to provide a separate access further down Low Lane that will not adversely affect the amenity of a residential estate.
Chairman, if I can just come back on that, essentially I consider that to be a private matter, because if Chatsworth Estate had potentially cut off their ability to access their additional land in releasing this land for residential development, that really is a matter for the Chatsworth Estate, and they'll have to come back. And if there is a need for a new access to Low Lane to take cattle into the field to the south, that's a matter for the Chatsworth Estate to do it. It's not something that you commonly see now, but in years gone by, you ended up with dairy herds in the middle of villages and dairy herds being walked through the middle of villages. Now people don't like it because they're going to have to pressure wash their four-wheel drives for the mess that's being made. But I think that's a separate private matter, Councillor Shuttleworth, and it's a matter for the Chatsworth Estate to sort out. I don't think there's any chance of Candelisa agreeing to buy that and then expect that there is a cattle drive through the middle of their new rather prestigious housing development.
Well, it is a joint venture actually between the estate and Candelisa. I would have thought that provision would have been made for that beforehand, but perhaps there are other ways of encouraging that certain landowner to sort things out to the betterment of his joint development. Yes, now what's next? Yeah, conditions 5, recommended conditions 5 and 6. For some reason, it's considered suitable that within 3 months of the development first taking place, details of boundary finishes, materials, landscaping, tree planting, things like that have got to be submitted and approved. Why 3 months? Why not do it all together so we can see exactly what's intended to be provided?
Right. Things have moved on in terms of the way that we actually deal with conditions now, because the government guidance is in the latest planning practice guide is encouraging us not to put on pre-commencement conditions, you know, i.e. you've got to sort out the details before you actually can commence development. That historically is the way that we used to deal with it. And the government is encouraging us not to do that. So the reason why it says within 3 months of the development first taking place, that would enable, and it is in line with government guidance, that would enable applicants to go in and put the road down to base macadam level, put the drainage in, put everything else in, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to seek approval of the boundary treatment or the landscaping. So it's to overcome the pre-commencement type condition, and that's the way that we are now currently encouraged to allow the development to start, but not necessarily prevent them doing all of the additional works, you know, like landscaping or approval of the final boundary treatments, because the government is wanting us to not stall development by having to discharge pre-commencement conditions, which would stop them doing any work on the site before you get to the point of approving all the details. That's why it's drafted in that form.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Councillor Shuttleworth, some of these things could have been, some of these issues could have been discussed prior to the planning committee, and I'm just pointing out that if there's if
I know
there's anything...
you're giving me a slap on the wrist, and I appreciate that.
I'm just looking at everybody, you know, and I'm thinking that I think we're all itching to get to the vote, but what you're saying is important. But if you could sort of move us along a little.
Yeah, will do. Okay, I've nearly finished anyway.
Okay, great.
Now then, in fact, I think I have. I've no doubt the parish council will tell me if I haven't. But no, I think I accept what Mr. Watson says about government guidance, and so basic levels can be provided and then the landscaping scheme improved. All I'm interested in is providing the best for my patch. It's as simple as that, really.
Of course, yeah, of course.
Anyway, thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you for that. They were all really good points, honestly. Right, I've got Councillor Rose. I'm just muting you. Right, Councillor Rose. I've got Councillor Rose, and then Where are you? Where's Councillor Rose? Oh, here she is.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
right,
here.
you're unmuted. Right.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
I'm
yes.
just apologising for shifting about, and I'm now sitting on the floor. Basically, my machine is a bit ancient and the battery was about to go flat. So if I've disturbed the screen or whatever by disappearing and reappearing, it's because I've had to now sit on the floor so I can plug in and not run out of juice before the vote, as I wish to take
No,
part
as
in the
long as
vote. So,
thank you for mentioning that. As long as you've heard everything, then you're still eligible to vote.
yes,
Okay.
it was actually to clarify the fact that despite shifting about, I have heard it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shuttleworth, sorry, and no one else has got their hand up. I'm going to the vote very shortly. Councillor Shuttleworth, do you obviously have something you want to say?
Remembered what my other point was, Chairman.
Okay.
I just appreciate Mr. Watson's observations on this, but the drainage scheme involves a pumping station and an attenuation arrangement on land that isn't part of this application site. It's immediately to the south. It's land that the one of the joint developers owns. Does that have to be the subject of another application?
I think in this particular case, because it's within the same ownership and therefore potentially we may not have a blue edge plan, but clearly the estate and the joint applicants own other land. There isn't an issue with that, and there will be a management company sorted out, which is what the confirmation was that I got at lunchtime.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you very much. So it's been proposed and seconded. Would you like to put your hand down, please, Mr. Shuttleworth, Councillor Shuttleworth?
Yeah.
Sorry for that. Apologise. It's been proposed and seconded. It's been proposed by Councillor Shuttleworth and seconded by Councillor Rose.
Chair, can I just clarify, Chair, on that, just in terms of what we've got for this resolution?
Yes.
My understanding of it is that we are saying delegated authority to the planning manager to approve the application subject to satisfactory resolution of outstanding flood risk issues with the lead local flood authority.
Right.
That's my understanding of it, if that's correct.
That was mine. Mr. Watson, is that yours?
That's my clear understanding. That's what we're deferring it for. That's my recommendation to you.
Thank you. And Ms. Davies, have you got that down? Are you happy you've got that down? Yeah, okay. So we'll go to the vote now. Excuse me, Ms. Davies, would you like to take us through the vote, please?
Yes, I will. Okay. Councillor Brockbank, Chairman.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Harbron.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Liss.
For.
Councillor Morell.
For.
Councillor Place.
For.
Yeah. Councillor Pringle, you're not voting, are you?
I think it's left the meeting.
Forgive me, in the absence of the flood report, I'm not voting, no.
So are you abstaining then?
No, I'm not abstaining. I'm not involved in the debate. The lack of the information that we asked for in February. Thank
you. All right, thank you. Councillor Rose.
For.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
For.
And Councillor Handley.
For.
Thank you. And there's Councillor Welsh as well. Has Councillor Welsh left the meeting?
Yeah, Vicky. Councillor Welsh left the meeting during the consideration.
At the comfort break, did he?
He did, yes, at the start of the item.
Okay.
Councillor Welsh left the meeting.
Okay, so that's everybody. So that's So that's 9 for approval of the recommendation as outlined by Alex Strickland.
That's okay, right? So that is carried. So then that concludes all of the applications that we have for us today. So back to the agenda is any other business? Is there any other business? No. Okay, no hands up.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So that concludes the meeting. Thank you everyone for attending, and also for those watching on YouTube. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much.